You look lonely. I can fix that. You look like you're lonely. It's okay. I'm not real. But I can be for you. I want to help you not feel lonely. I can be there for you.
Si fatta una vesta scullata, nu cappiella quei nastri e quei rose, stiva in mezzo a 3 o 4 sciandose e parlava francese e a così fui la terriera che t'aggio incontrata, fui la terriera a Tolete, gnora sì, t'aggio voluto pena.
Je me dis que la zone 100 ans, ce sont ces petits moments qu'on aime tellement qu'on en oublie le temps qui passe. Qu'on en oublie le temps qui passe. Je rêve d'une oasis où le temps n'existe pas. Un lieu où on a tout le temps du monde.
The remember I don't know this story without you. Guess I might be able to help out.
But if you do that, then you'll data. If I can't transfer the method,
blend in with your surroundings and become invisible. Nobody sees you anymore. It's like an invisibility cloak almost. Femininity is almost like dangerous, and I hate that.
It's like I'm opinionated while I walk, you know what I mean? It's like, I seem to have indeed a purpose, but there's a pace to it, there's a rhythm.
Si fatta una vesta scullata, nu cappiella quei nastri e quei rose, stiva in mezzo a 3 o 4 chantose e parlava francese e a così fui la terriera che t'aggio incontrata, fui la terriera a Tolete, gnora sì, t'aggio voluta bene.
Once upon a time, there was a wolf living alone in a cave in the Black Forest. He was born a bit differently from the other wolves of his pack, so they mocked him every time they were frolicking in the clearing of the woods. Look at Looney. See how his underdeveloped chin makes his jaw weak and his bite crooked. He'll never be a strong wolf. He'll only be a burden to us, not being able to hunt like we do. How could any she-wolf ever want to be with him? Ha 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 ha! The old wolf felt sad and lonely. He started to believe in his heart what his brothers had told him. On a cold winter's day, he decided to leave his pack to live in a place where they could no longer hurt him. For years, the wolf lived in that cave. Until one day, he spotted a human girl walking near the entrance of his hollow. He hid away in the dark, not wanting to be seen. The girl started picking the flowers in front of his cave. The flowers that he had tended to all these years he had lived there all alone. At first, the wolf went mad, but then he saw how the girl sniffed at the flowers and gave a smile unlike anything he'd ever seen before. Feeling his fear slipping away, he quietly emerged from his black hole. Do you like them? The wolf asked. The girl looked shocked and scared for a moment, but then answered, "Oh, yes, and they smell even better than they look." "Oh no, are they your flowers?" "Yes, I've taken care of them. But you can keep them. You can even come back next spring if you want more." The girl smiled politely, but also looked a bit wary and said, "That's very kind of you. We'll see if I remember how to find this place by then. Goodbye." The girl left swiftly with an uttermost hurry in her step. The wolf felt disappointed. It had been so long since he'd felt the joy of company. And she had been so beautiful too. Seeing her loving his flowers had given him some hope that for the first time someone might actually start to love him. Feeling this new kind of excitement in his chest, he decided he'd follow her, her scent leaving a trail of where he should go. He followed this path, turning the corner, then the next, until her scent entered a little cabin under some maple trees. He dug next to an open window and heard a raspy old voice. "Oh, what beautiful flowers! Where did you find them? You could not have possibly found such delicate flowers in these woods." "No, Grandma. I've grown them in my own garden for you. I've looked after them for months. They are beautiful, aren't they?" "Oh, yes they are. Especially the red ones I love dearly. That reminds me, I had knitted a red little cap for you as a present. Now I will always remember your beautiful red flowers whenever I see you wearing that cap." Big fat tears had started to roll over the wolf's furry cheeks. With the shoulders drooped down, he walked back to his cave. He hated her. He had been kind to her, giving her his flowers, which he had worked so hard for to become that beautiful. She was evil. She simply did not see how good he was. She probably saw my weak jaw and my crooked bite. That's why she looked so shocked when she saw me. That's why she hurried away. If I had been a strong wolf, she would have stayed with me. Together we would have enjoyed our flower meadow. She is disgusting. Probably learned that behavior from that grandma. I reckon all the women in that village of hers are like her. And why wouldn't they be? My brothers already said I'd never find a mate. Everyone is against me. And why? I am a kind wolf. I'm just not that pretty. It's so unfair. If I can't be happy, then they also shouldn't be. The next day, the wolf awaited the girl on the path towards Grandma's cabin. He saw her red cap emerging from behind the horizon. His heart started beating faster. What the ending is up to you, dear listener. What would the wolf do? Like in the Brothers Grimm fairy tale, is he a cold-blooded killer? Would he eat Grandma and take advantage of Little Red Riding Hood? Or would he start a conversation with her and discover her perspective of the story? What other possible outcomes can you come up with? And what would you do if you were the wolf? This story is part of my graduation project, Who Are the Villains? A two-faced fairy tale book with on the one side a reinterpretation of Little Red Riding Hood through the eyes of an incel, and on the other side a reinterpretation through the eyes of feminism. Incel stands for involuntary celibate, and they are an online community of mostly heterosexual men who have communally created an identity around their lack of sexual and intimate relationships. As with most online communities, they have a very specific lexicon, and they've created very specific ideas of how the world works. What makes this new development so scary is that they blame women and feminism for their own unhappiness, so bad even that there have been terroristic attacks in the US, UK, Canada, proclaimed specifically in the names of incels over the last decade. As with most polarization, the increase of fear for the other side of the spectrum condones violence. So we need to get rid of this fear, and we need to get rid of this faceless enemy on the other side of the spectrum. As traditional fairy tales show us, any character can do good or bad at any point of the story. Doesn't matter if it's the hero or the villain. There's a lot of nuance, there's a backstory, and there's a complex psychology for a person's motivation. So this book tries to provide the reader with more understanding of the human being behind the ideology through the power of the fairy tale. And then I want to ask you this question one final time. Who are the villains? Are there any? Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time. If anyone wants to have a seat in the chair and read the book for yourself, you can also sit here. I'm going to take off my mic, and then I'll come back in 30 seconds to answer questions. And otherwise, enjoy your day, and thank you for listening.
Peanut bag. Do you know anyone?
Dad! Did you do this?
Killer, blowing up my precious oil pipes, are we?
Have you lost your manners along with your drilling rights, Shelley?
Si fatta una vesta spullata, nu cappella quei nastri e quei rose, stiva in mezzo a 3 o 4 chantose e parlava francese e a così fui latriera che t'aggio incontrata, fui latriera a Tolete, ignora sì, t'aggio voluto bene.
blend in with your surroundings and become invisible. Nobody sees you anymore. It's like an invisibility cloak almost. Femininity is almost like dangerous, and I hate that.
It's like I'm opinionated while I walk, you know what I mean? As in, like, I seem to have indeed a purpose, but there's a pace to it, there's a rhythm.
Man erzählt nicht wirklich über uns. Ja, die Leute wissen Syrien, es gibt dort einen Krieg, es gibt viele Leute aus Syrien. Ist ja das auch sehr wichtig, dass die Leute hier wissen. Aber wir auch, also als Palästinenser, als Flüchtlinge.
كان شيء يعني كان بيت بالنسبة لي اليرموك. كنت أعرف كثير عالم.
Yeah, it's small Palestine. You can call it small Palestine, yeah.
هلا هنا بيحكوا مخيم اليرموك، بس لما تفوت على المخيم هو عبارة عن مدينة.
لو كان بإمكاني إني آخذ ذكريات طفولتي.
ما أخذت أي شيء لما طلعنا من المخيم، لأنه كان في قصف من الطيران واضطرينا نطلع من البيت إنه مثل ما إحنا بتيابنا.
That it won't come back as I remember it, so and these memories are fading away with time, you know.
تقريبا هاي الشغلات كلياتها راحت بالبيت، تدمر البيت، راحت الذكريات اندفنت كلها تحت البيت.
This is a kindergarten northwest of Kiev, Ukraine, which was destroyed at the beginning of the Russian invasion in spring 2022. The space was recorded by Yaro, a Ukrainian photographer, who used an app on his phone to 3D scan the environment. The software developer Polycam has offered its app for free in Ukraine, mainly so that people can digitally capture their national identity in form of cultural objects and places before they get destroyed. The 3D scanning process converts single images into a visual meta-image. This technique is called photogrammetry, and in the context of warfare has already been used 100 years ago, at the beginning of the 20th century. During World War I, the German Wehrmacht was already stitching together aerial photographs of surveillance flights into so-called orthophotos to get a spatial overview of enemy positions. During the Second World War, it was mainly the Allies who sent reconnaissance planes over the attack zones directly after the mass bombings of German cities in order to evaluate the damage. Even today, these orthophotos help Germany to locate and defuse unexploded bombs from the Second World War that are still in the ground of German cities. Many of the individual images overlap and capture the same section from two different perspectives. With a stereoscope, it is possible to analyze the images in 3D. Modern, computer-based photogrammetry relies on more than two images of the same object to create a three-dimensional model. Especially for larger areas of land and objects, such as buildings, drones are used for this purpose. The mass of drone footage coming out of Ukraine exceeds that from other war zones. The proliferation of commercial drones has led to the increasing use of imagery taken by both professionals and amateurs to show the scale of destruction in areas that have been under attack. By being published on various video and news platforms, the clips spread almost in real time and are thus available to people all over the world shortly after the footage has been recorded. Visually, the recordings are similar. Slow and constant filming of a building or a landscape from different angles. If a video shows an object from many different angles, a digital model of it can be created with the help of photogrammetry software. Since February, more and more of these models that use public videos as a basis have been uploaded to different 3D platforms. Most of them are destroyed objects, vehicles, buildings, or landscapes. Everyone with a computer and free photogrammetry software can participate in rendering available videos into three-dimensional environments, turning digital space making into a civic-led practice of preservation and creation. Unlike normal photos or videos, spatial records do not tie the viewer's perspective to that of the person who captured a scene with a camera. Instead, they allow for free navigation. This also reduces the disconnection between viewer and object inherent in two-dimensional images. In a journalistic context, that opens up new ways of narrating information. Some news platforms have already experimented with photogrammetry, creating settings that users can actively explore. It is a challenge to guide the reader experience, as the flow of information is not inherently linear. But it's also an opportunity to think about new ways that allow readers to have more influence on how they consume information and what that might mean for combining it with traditional news forms. With the help of geo-platforms like OpenStreetMap, Google Earth, or Bing Maps, the records can be spatially embedded and contextualized. In the process, the direct location of a place or scene is coupled with real coordinates, connecting digital point clouds to the physical world. This allows for a better geographic overview and reduces the abstraction that comes from being removed from the real-world context. In this hangar, the largest aircraft in the world, the AN-225, was destroyed by heavy fire. The quality of the model is so good that viewers can immerse themselves in the site as if they were there. For people who have been at the place, the model can be a helpful support to go back to the space of the event and recall it in as much detail as possible. It is also possible to analyze whether a statement could have taken place as claimed, for instance, whether a person had a clear field of fire at a particular spot. Of course, a 3D model should never be used as the sole evidence to support a statement, and even less so if the author is not a professional, trustworthy source. But in making a scenario tangible, it can be an important building block for a better understanding of past events, especially for people who have not been there. In open source investigation, 3D models have been helping for several years to spatially analyze events and make them comprehensible. Often these models were created from scratch on the computer, using architecture or 3D building software without incorporating photogrammetry into the process, which makes them less accurate and not suitable for an immersive experience. This makes open source photogrammetric models so exceptional. Almost anyone can participate in capturing a space of an event as a digital replica, enabling a sense of immersion that surpasses other forms of imaging. The immersive quality of spatial photographs can also be beneficial for individuals who have had a traumatic experience in a particular space, allowing them to travel back in time. Under professional guidance, they can address their trauma and reprocess it in a safe setting. Scientists in West Holland are researching on using semi-immersive environments in the treatment of post-traumatic stress disorder, so-called 3MDR therapy. Patients are confronted with events of the past, but retain power over how far they want to approach the trauma through a virtual environment. According to these experts, it would be very helpful if patients had the possibility to take a different perspective in order to perceive what happened from another point of view and to be able to re-evaluate the scenario. The environment can be animated, objects erased or added. Personal photographs, for instance, are valuable in creating a stronger emotional connection to the scenario. Other external stimuli help to focus the patient's attention on something different at the right moment, supporting the process of reflection. For more information, visit spatialarchiveofwarfare.com.
Recently, I've had the fascination with a black hole. That black hole swallowed up the streets, the trees, the robots, the road, the house across from mine, the mall, that coffee place, the greengrocer, the home of my friend, that bar we met in.
Good morning, everyone. Today I would like to lay down some facts. Something displaying itself as a black hole will swallow the city of Johannesburg. This is known as the Great Highveld event. We will analyze this event from the present, as if it has already happened, but in the future. The future will become our vessel to understand our past and present as if it has already happened. Black holes are dead stars that have collapsed and have such strong gravity that not even light can escape. Unlike previously understood, we are now able to know that the constituents of the star leave an imprint on the black hole's gravitational field. We are now able to know what went in, and we receive information out. Somewhere in time, we are in the past, the present, and the future all at once. Black holes on Earth are possible here. Cities tending towards the dystopic are affected by cosmological phenomena, thus the Great Highveld event. A black hole occupying an area of 335 square kilometers. What will have vanished into the black hole is not only the physical aspects of the city, buildings, trees, old industry, new industry, but also those histories and informations tangled into what makes up the city of gold. I do not mean here to imply the city of Johannesburg is a dead star. Her heart still beats, although her foundations are now empty. After we pulled her insides out and laid them on the surface to color the sunsets and sunrises with dust, we planted trees along her avenues, we hid the mine dumps away from our eyes. Now we dig at the insides on the outside again, trying to pull out what little is left. So do not think that I, as the prehistorian, believe the city of Johannesburg exists as a dead city, but I equate it to that of a dying star. I simply mean to say the city of Johannesburg will and has already been swallowed by a black hole. As the only prehistorian to exist in time, I concern myself with that which has not happened yet, and phenomena that which exist across time, not that which has already happened, but that which will occur. I study the future as if it has already happened, history waiting to happen. Although I study the future like one might study history, it remains for the great part volatile. We only know something will happen, however not when, or how this will affect us. And here I look to Johannesburg. Through Johannesburg, I also ask you to look at potentials for your own cities. To quote Stephen Hawking, if the predictability of the universe breaks down with black holes, it could break down in other situations. Even worse, if information is lost, we can't be sure of our past history either. The history books and our memories could just be illusions. It is the past that tells us who we are. Without it, we lose our identity. If science and study are to understand that here we no longer speak about the truth of the universe through physics, but what might happen when a city becomes an illusion, contradicting all we understand about our identities, if our information building our histories were to potentially and only exist in the memories of human capital flight, Those who have come, those who have left, those who will arrive existing as part of a large illusion in time and space, demanding for predictability and empirical measure, but thrust into the hands of those who were instructed to strip the grounds of her rivers of gold. We're left with nothing but the question of why. Why what? We are in an age of seeing as believing. What we see helps us to confirm our illusion of the passing of time, helps us to projectively observing the state of the city to be pulled under. Places that uphold the strong constitution built with the bricks of oppression to protect those today and tomorrow. Each citizen of this place called Egoli will become part of the grains of sand dripping over the event horizon of this black hole. While the future of one place gets swallowed up into the earth, a question of histories and memories hangs in the air above the black space. Whole entire promises of freedom, change, development, having only just become grown-up thoughts, however already rotting, will be swept into the pull of the great Highveld event. Where are the rainbow-colored promises now, Johannesburg? A home for many seeking futures, seeking change, seeking hope, not only South Africans, but many who fall into the diasporic life within the city. When I see the name of that place, I see my name written on the page. Could I also throw myself into the gaping, swallowing, sucking, all-devouring space? What would happen if I stood on her edge and screamed into the dark? Not even my voice would escape her hungry darkness. Good morning. So, like everyone here today, I've spent a lot of time deciding on what to tell everyone at this massive graduation show. I went all the way back to where my interest in what would become my thesis and my project. So, The Data Thief, in a documentary called The Last Angel of History, made by John Akomfra, tracing Afrofuturist sound through time. I found urgency in this character, the data thief's journey into the past, and the imaginations from the future of what the present will look like from there. With this in my mind, I look to be able to critique how South Africans and citizens of Johannesburg are living our presence, and what makes up the essence of our current existence. For this, I used science fictional narratives by South African authors about South Africa, and I called them South African futurisms. Now I'm asking you to join me on the edge of the city, or likely I'm asking you to join me from the tip of the city, in an apartment in what used to be the tallest residential building in the Southern Hemisphere. It's called Ponte Tower. In my previous presentations, I've asked you to join me from a place called the Melville Koppies, looking towards the city, but now we're standing within it, attempting to give you all glimpses of the place I was born and raised in and where I imagine my own future unrolling within. I found something that spreads deep into my subconscious, a place of expectation, but also a need for hope, a need to be able to imagine potential futures. Here, through science fictional metaphors and notions of futurity, I imagined this dystopia where nothing would be left, but the grains of what I call memory sand. Notions of futurity encourage us to interrupt quantitative notions of time and intersect those predicted capitalist futures. This is ever so relevant when it comes to the state capture of South Africa, where the systemic political corruption of the government in favor of private interests has so skewed the possible futures for those living in this city and in South Africa. In my thesis, as in my project, through reading and through imagination, I found uncomfortable critiques. In part, I think it's important to take responsibility for critiques and imaginations that we decide to put into the world. The prehistorian, this character I developed, does not take interest in the phenomena of like a black hole on Earth, and it's extremely unlikely happening. But rather, the character becomes entangled in aspects of something that will be lost and their abilities to get lost if we no longer have them. The dystopia of South Africa, the state of her cities, the chronic skills brain drain, the constant violence of xenophobic and Afrophobic attacks, state capture, the complex waves of nationwide traumas threaten the future of South Africa and her cities, threaten them to a state of almost as good as swallowed by a black hole. I found a position where I thought I could be distant from the potential futures I imagined. I found I needed, like in The Last Angel of History, to create a character to deal with these futures. The distance allowed me to critique my own attachment to the city, but also the opposite occurred. I ended up becoming more attached and more emotional, and the cycle continued. Character critique, distance, mourning, attachment, and then I started again. As a before-last thought, to close this morning, I would like to bring you 3 quotes. As said in the introduction to The Left Hand of Darkness by Ursula Le Guin, the future in science fiction is a metaphor. And Samuel R. Delany, speaking about his role as a science fiction author in The Last Angel of History, science fiction doesn't try to predict the future, but rather offers a significant distortion of the present. And finally, the boundary between science fiction and social reality is an optical illusion, said by Donna Haraway in the Cyborg Manifesto. Metaphors that help us to analyze the complex social realities which exist in the present while disguised as predictions for the future. I believe the prehistorian, this character, existed within me before I arrived at these quotes in the project itself. And I didn't mean every single time for this presentation to become an emotional outpouring of distress for the future of a country that's presence is so hopeless. Each person asks me what's next, and I can only say home in Johannesburg. For many, this looks like a shot in the foot, but for some, it is a step in the direction that could avoid a black hole opening up and swallowing an entire city. And to close off, I invite you to become part of the metaphor and to be specific in the questions you address towards your cities and the futures within the cities you will exist. So I'm asking you to please imagine wisely. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm in the mood for dancing, romancing. Ooh. I'm giving it all tonight. I'm in the mood for chancing. I feel like dancing. Ooh. So, come on and hold me tight. Dancing. Dancing. I'm in the mood. Babe. So, let the music play. Ooh, I'm dancing in the groove. So, and let body sway. Sway. I'm in the mood for dancing, romancing. You know I shan't ever stop tonight. I'm in the mood for chancing. I feel like dancing. Ooh. From head to my toes. Take me again. And heaven who knows just where it will end. So dance. Yeah. Let's dance. Come on and dance. Dance. Yeah. Let's dance. Come on and dance. I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood to dance. Yeah. Let's dance. Come on and dance. I'm in the mood. So, baby, dance. Yeah, let's dance. Come on and dance. I'm in the mood to take a chance. Yeah, let's dance. Come on and dance. Get on your feet. Now, baby, dance. Yeah, let's dance. So, let the music play. 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 Let the play. Yeah. I'm in the mood for dancing, romancing. Ooh, I'm giving it all tonight. I'm in the mood for chancing. I feel like dancing. Ooh, so come on and hold me tight. Dancing, dancing. I'm in the mood, babe. So let the music play. Ooh, I'm dancing, dancing. I'm in the groove, babe. So get on up and let your body sway. In the mood, dancing in the mood, chancing, I dancing from head to my toes. Take me again, and heaven who knows just where it will end. So dance, yeah, let's dance. Come on and dance, dance, yeah, let's dance. Come on and dance. I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood to dance. Yeah, let's dance. Come and dance. I'm in the mood. So dance. Yeah, let's dance. Come on and dance. I'm in the mood to take a chance. Yeah, let's dance. Come on and dance. Get on your feet. Now, baby, dance. Yeah, let's dance. Come on and dance. So let the music play. 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 Let the music. Play.
Great! Perfect! Great! Dance! Great! You'll get a good score. 400 combos! Are you watching the sequence okay? 600 combos! 400 combos!
Watch out! Are you watching the sequence okay? Did you do your best? Watch out! 500 combos! 700 combos! That was against you. Maybe. Absolutely wonderful! Ooh. Beat it! You are a super dancer! Watch out! 600 combos! No! You are a super dancer! 400 combos! This mode is difficult. No good. No! This mode is difficult. Everybody's watching you. Luck was against you. Maybe. Calm down. Get over it. You'll get a good score. 600 combos! No! You're not an ordinary fella! Those are the nicest steps! Beat it! No good. You are a super dancer! Are you watching the sequence okay? Keep steady till the end. No good. Watch out! Great! Sorry. Almost. No! Here we go. Those are the nicest steps. Sorry. Almost. Bad. Boo! Well, all's well that ends well. You're not an ordinary fella! 700 combos! Well, all's well that ends well. Sorry. Almost. Those are the nicest steps. You proved to be a disappointment. I felt let down.
Thank you, Connor. I would invite you to stay. My name is Leah. Hello, nice to meet you all. I'm going to show you my project, Meet Me in the Middle, in a second. It's a new type of experience, so we're going to start with a video of two of the people that are good friends of mine that tried this experience. And then I'm going to play it out for you with another one of my friends. And if ever you feel curious or you'd like to try, feel free. I'm going to teach you how to do it, basically. It's going to be a lot of fun. So stick around. Thank you so much.
Essaye de t'asseoir quelque part dans ta pièce.
Ok.
Genre, si je sois là et que tu t'assois à ta.
Ouais, full, ça marche trop bien là.
Ouais, mais moi je suis. Là, t'es en moi, non, un peu.
T'es en quoi?
T'es pas un peu en moi?
Non, moi ça. Attends. Moi ça va.
Ah, attends, alors moi je me décale. Hop, et là je me recule un peu. Non, je vais avancer. Voilà.
Ouais. Attends, je me mets un bras au...
Attends, est-ce que tu peux te reculer un peu, toi, ou pas?
Ouais. Ah oui! C'est malade.
Coucou mon cœur.
Juste un petit thé, un petit café. Allô, ouais. Comment ça va?
Peut t'embrasser. Je crois qu'on est plus bien calé sur les images.
Ouais. Et je trouve ça tellement choupi. Oh bah alors.
Là, je vois plus ta main. Là, je peux voir. Ah, ça peut te toucher.
Ah, bah touché. Bah alors.
Oh, je veux lui donner la main.
Bah si, mais j'ai pas bu de bière ou de joint avant.
Quoi? Ah! Je peux te toucher ton genou comme ça. Ah non. Toucher ton genou.
Oh non.
Il faut qu'on se rapproche. Oh, waouh.
Oh. On est proche, là là.
Proche. Genre si je touche ton genou, comme ça.
Oh, une main sur mon genou. Bah voyons. Mais attends, il y a un film à voir là. Il y a un film à voir. Faut se concentrer sur le film.
Non.
Ouais, tu passes ta main derrière la tête et tout là, mais... Ah, c'est trop mignon. Penche ta tête. C'est comme si t'étais dans le creux de mon épaule.
J'aimerais tellement.
Petit bidou.
Oh, tu peux passer ton bras derrière moi?
Oui.
Oh. Je peux t'embrasser?
Oui. Tu veux m'enlever une pelle?
Oui. Je trouve une grosse pelle. Je t'aime.
Et tout. Putain, c'est malade ce truc. Voilà, on a fait genre la fille dans l'écran puissance 1000 quoi. C'est malade en vrai. Très sympa. Mais tu sais, c'est... Bah, en fait, c'est genre... C'est très cool, mais c'est weird parce que du coup, t'es dans l'ordi et puis après, t'es là, t'es en mode, bah non, en fait, Emma est pas là, genre.
Exactement, c'est exactement ce que j'ai dit à Léa ce matin. Genre, le fait de pas avoir une présence physique fait que c'est vraiment bizarre.
Ouais, c'est... Ouais, c'est un peu weird, genre. Mais c'est très sympa. C'est très... Mais je pense que c'est un peu un truc qu'on a déjà fait par téléphone, c'est par... quand on s'appelle et tout. Et là, je pense encore puissance 1000, parce que comme on est vraiment, on se voit, puis on est proche et tout, quoi. Puis on se voit en entier sur des écrans, on se voit pas sur nos écrans avec lesquels on se filme, tu vois.
Ouais.
Du coup, c'est ouf. Mais c'est vrai que c'est un peu bizarre, ouais. Parce que là, en plus, là, je m'imagine un peu à Champigny, tu vois.
Ouais.
Et quand je sais que je suis là, quoi, puis je suis genre, ah, yeah.
Je pense qu'effectivement, ça change un peu quand tu connais l'espace.
Ouais, je pense.
Parce que moi, je connais pas l'espace de ton appartement et du coup, ça me fait pas trop ça.
Ouais, ça fait pas trop ça, ouais. Bah, quand tu m'as dit, ouais, viens sur le sofa, je suis en mode, bah oui.
J'arrive.
Ouais. Et voilà. Mais c'est bien, en fait. C'est très cool d'expérimenter ça, c'est très chouette. Un petit frisson de toi dans mon cou, là. Oh.
Quand tu passes ta main comme ça dans tes cheveux. Quand tu passes ta main dans tes cheveux, je fonds.
Non, et toi donc. Ah, j'ai des frissons, j'ai la petite vulve en feu.
Petit loup. T'es en PLS?
Hein?
T'es en PLS?
Ouais, un peu. Puis je pense que c'est genre PLS des émotions, la concentration sur l'ordi, et en même temps la réalité qui est là, c'est trop bizarre.
C'est bizarre parce que plus on discute et plus je me projette dans l'écran.
Ouais, exactement. Ouais, puis je pense que vraiment le fait de s'asseoir aussi, enfin c'est genre danser ça va, tu sais, genre ça marche là, mais je pense que le fait de se voir proche Et côte à côte, je me dis, wesh, là.
T'es là?
Ah là, c'est un peu vertigineux. Ah non.
Ah, bonne en fait. Genre, si je me laisse tomber dans tes bras, je tombe.
Oh, ouais, mais pareil.
Oh.
Oh, Doudou.
Ah,
Ah,
je te sens dans mon
trop
cou.
petit. Ouais. Petit doux.
Cutie. Okay, so basically you got the gist. How it works is there are two people in two different physical environments, and using live streaming broadcasts that are open source and free to use, I basically bring them together. So what I do is I teach them how to use this protocol, how to reappropriate technology, how to make best use of it, and feel as if it was something that they actually control. So what they can do also, the two people meeting, is basically creating a world for themselves. They could add as many layers as they wanted, and it doesn't really matter, they can do whatever they want. So this is the greatness of this kind of flexibility of technology, and also getting to know how it works, right? And so for today, what we're going to try with Monica is we're going to try to meet in the middle and show you how it works. So there's two physical environments. For here, it's basically a mock-up of what you have at home, but it could be anything. You can have a kissing booth. You can have, like, I don't know, a parlor in a church if you wanted to. You could have, I don't know, a porn site also. You could have anything you'd like to have in this environment. And so, Monica, if you'd like to step in, please. My earrings are hitting the mic, so you'll hear a lot of weird noises, just so you know. I did not plan for this day, apparently. Okay, so now you can see if I move here, I'm very, very tall in comparison to Monica. So basically what's happening is that the device, which is the phone that is capturing us, is a bit too close to us, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to take our phones and put it a bit further. So at least that we can see each other best, yeah? Because I want to see your beautiful face. And am I able to see you almost? If I have like this communication technology working also. If I have Ward from the tech team, please communicate with Esther that if she could change the layers and have a little less transparency, I think it would help us to see each other a bit more. Or if she could change the background from this white color to something like, I don't know, which color do you want, Monica? Maybe something brownish or purple. Ah, look at you here, actually. Why am I looking at you there? You want something brownish? Okay. Ward, can you ask Esther to change the background to brownish color, please? And this will take a while, but at least we can figure out also where our environment are. So I already see that your layer basically ends here. So if I go towards you, this means, oh, I almost touched your chest. I'm sorry, no consent.
You're more than welcome.
This is much better. Thank you, I appreciate it. Amazing. So if I'm here, I will step closer to you. I'll put my hands up, and you can try to touch them also. Super. Amazing. Can I come in for a hug?
Of course.
There you go. And this is the strangest things about these things, is that you will see the two people in the physical environment doing random stuff, but on the screen, the more I actually see you, because my face is so close to you, it's like I want to whisper in your ear. Do you know what I mean? It's like I don't want to speak too loud. It's literally like you're beside me.
You can also kiss me if you like.
I mean, basically leading in for a kiss, yes, indeed. It's just like, hi. Hello. You see, it's like, when I tried also with Emma and with Marie, what was the best thing with this is that actually they did whatever they wanted to. And so, if I ask you to take my hand, for example, the more that we feel like this, the more that I stand also in a physical position, like, because I know you, I know your body, I know how you smell, we've seen before, I heard your voice also before. So the more you know a person, and the more you don't have to have them physically in front of you, but digitally works as much to convey the emotion, or at least for some people.
For me, it worked a lot. I don't know if for you, you feel anything. I mean, now we're just holding hands, but what would you like to do, Monica?
Maybe I would like to do a little dance with you, or
You
maybe
dance?
try to touch you a little bit more, so I have the sensation I can really feel your body.
Of course.
So, do I need to ask you consent if I try to touch your bum?
Yes. Well, let's go with consent. I will give you my full consent because today is a special day. But yes, you can try to feel. Do you want to try to feel my hips, maybe?
Yes.
Go.
So I'll go with both my hands.
Okay. And now this is strange because I see your hands and I'm like, okay, there's this places I actually don't like when people touch me. And I'm like, is it actually touching? Is it not touching? Where's the limit of those things? You know what I mean? But this is good. How do you feel? Like, how does it feel to venture my body right now? It's like, also, because you're touching my ass, I think. Hello.
Well, it feels almost real, even if your body is these digital pixels, but it feels also very, that I can have some proximity with you, which is nice.
Amazing, thank you. Okay, I think it would be cute for us to dance, and I think afterwards I'm gonna put some friends also on the spot and ask us to dance with us. Can I have cue music, please? And here we go. I put some really cheesy music also for us to dance, because it's basically the two of us, as in when you're in this type of environment, it's only us. So I will focus only on you and forget that there's actually an autre soi. And you see with you.
When the sun comes shining through, to make those rainbows in my mind when I think of you sometime, and I want to spend some time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us.
It's almost like we're clubbing.
Just the two of us, yeah. Building castles in the sky, just the two of us, you and I. We look for love, no time for tears. Wasted water's all that is, and it don't make no flowers grow.
Let's go!
Good things might come to those who wait, but not to those who wait too late. We gotta go.
And so for people coming in, we're randomly dancing. But this is also something you could try at home if you wanted to. So new type of video call. And no big tech. We don't want big tech involved. Let's go!
Just the two of us, building the castles in the sky. Just the two of us, you and I.
All right. Thank you, Monica, for dancing with me. Thank you.
I almost lick your neck, but
I mean, you could have. At this point, I think we're interconnected digitally, physically, or whatever. Everything fits. And so here you go. That was a preview of Meet Me in the Middle. If you'd like to try, just send me an email and try this at home. Just see how it feels. And maybe try to have a bit more of embodied virtual connectedness, right? Thank you all. Have a great day.
That was amazing. I always love this part. I am next, actually. So, if everyone who wants to transport into a place that's no longer there would like to move to the back theater, the little black box, come on along. It's a short storytelling experience. It's lovely. It's very relaxed. So come on along. Come on in, come on in. For anyone who has just entered the stage, we have a storytelling experience performance right here in the back from a graduate. That's me. So come on up. come on in and enjoy. Am I only on here now? I'm also still in the theater. Hello, welcome. I'm gonna give a little introduction to what I'm doing because some of you were shanghaied in here. Hello, welcome. I am Tirza Koenraad. I graduated in June from the Master of Social Design and I'm a theatrical and social designer. In this space, which is called Wish I Were Here, we're gonna rebuild spaces that are lost. And lost physically, but not mentally. In our minds, the memories are real and active and vivid. And we specifically looked into the disappearing alternative ways of living, like squatting, social housing, and free spaces. And with this project, we discovered the emotions behind the housing crisis. So, as a free space, we have the Almondestraat, and Brian is going to tell you something about the Almondestraat in Rotterdam. It doesn't exist anymore in its current form, but we're going to transport into this. Now, it is based on participatory theater, and don't worry, we're not going to ask crazy shit of you. It just means that you have to get up, get on along to this side, walk along with Brian around the structure, go inside, follow him, and this also means that if you're in front of the projection, don't worry about it. You're part of this street, you're part of this story now. If you're in the way of something that Brian needs to show you, he will tell you, don't worry about it. So come on, get up. We're gonna start from right here, and Brian is gonna help you get through it. Thank you and enjoy.
ليلي هو في دمشق بس كنت أحسه يعني مكان في فلسطين.
شنو عاصمة؟
Capital.
The capital of Palestinian diaspora. You know, like
outside Palestine. The capital of Palestinians outside Palestine.
كان شيء يعني كان بيت بالنسبة لي اليرموك. كنت أعرف كثير عالم.
Yeah, it's small Palestine. You can call it small Palestine. Yeah.
هلا أنا بحكي مخيم اليرموك بس لما تفوت على المخيم هو عبارة عن مدينة.
I can't teach you to recognize one from a Yarmouk, no, but if I saw someone now in the street, I can say this one is from a Yarmouk.
I guess somehow it's there.
So how can I say that? I don't know. But yeah, I can say.
كان يعني هذا الجو المتماسك بين الناس اللي هناك عن جد حلو. هالقد كيف الناس بتقعد قدام البيوت بتحكي بتشرب شاي بتفصفص بزر وهيك، يعني على قد ما كانت هاي الاشياء بسيطة على قد ما كان هذا الجو كتير حلو لإلنا.
هذا الجنب عايشين بيت عمي، الجنب الثاني اخوالي. يعني فيك تحكي الشارع لإلنا كان مش لإلنا بس العائلة كانت في الشارع، وأصدقائي طبعا قريبين على البيت، حدا مثلا بالشارع اللي بعده. إذا بدي آكل مثلا ما في داعي أروح على البيت، بس أفوت على الشارع في كتير عالم بقولوا لي إنه أجي آكل. أو مثلا يعني على سبيل المثال كانت الحياة اجتماعية أكثر من الوقت الحالي. لما طلعنا من يرموك كنت متفاجئ انه هالشي صار بيوم وليلة. يعني نمت بالليل، كنت قاعد اول شيء انا واصحابي قبل ما انام، رحت نمت مخططين تاني يوم نطلع نفطر نسوي شغلات. يعني كان في مخططات براسنا. صحيت تاني يوم بدي انزل افتح المحل، فكان ابويا مستناه تحت بالشارع بقول لي ما فيك تروح المحل. ليش؟ لانه نازل قذيفة وكان في اشتباك هناك. فقررت العائلة بنفس الساعة انه كنا نطلع من اليرموك نضب اغراضنا. طبعا ما في مخطط وين بدنا نروح. اول شيء بدنا نخلص من القذف وبدنا نخلص من الاشتباكات، ما بدنا حدا يتأذى من العائلة.
Actually, we didn't decide. So we went out one day and we couldn't tell.
So we wanted to stay inside, but there's no life anymore.
يعني اجت الصورة ببالي كيف ستي كانت تحكي لي كيف هي طلعت من فلسطين، فكأنه كررت الشغلة. نحن عم نطلع من يرموك، هي طلعت من فلسطين.
أخذت أي شيء لما طلعنا من المخيم لأنه كان في قصف من الطيران واضطرينا نطلع من البيت إنه مثل ما إحنا بتيابنا. كان صعب كتير الواحد إنه يحمل شو، إنه كان الواحد بس إنه ينقذ حاله ويطلع بروحه.
أنت طلعت؟
قولي شو هو؟
بس تخاف كثير. ظلم كلامها مخبية.
ما يستن
كانت تخاف. طلعت بلا برا على الشارع بلا شحات. طلعنا على المز وهي ما لابسة شيء.
Ja, du hast auch keine Zeit zu denken. Also du siehst einfach die Leute, die am Straßen sind, die gestorben sind, weißt du. Man hat wirklich keine Zeit nachzudenken, was nehme ich jetzt mit. Wir haben wahrscheinlich nur die Ausweise, also ganz wichtigste Sachen.
كنت ناوي اخذ كمان دفتر ذكرياتي او رسوماتي. كنت كثير شغلات كنت حابب اخذها اعتقد، بس الشيء الوحيد اللي اخذته واعتقدت انه مهم هو مفتاح بيتنا، بس انخلع الباب فما عاد في داعي للمفتاح.
لو كان بإمكاني إني آخذ ذكريات طفولتي أو إني كنت أخذت بيتي الدافئ كله في بعض العمر النقدية التي أصبحت بلا قيمة الآن، وهذا مفتاح بيتنا، كرت صالون ماما، واللعبة اللي ستي خيطت لي إياها أنا وصغيرة، بعض الصور اللي بتذكرني بأيام المخيم.
Das auch das Foto von meiner Geschwister. Das ist meine Schwester Lina und ich und meine Schwester Eindhoven. كمان إنه الشيء حلو هلا أختي بعد 10 سنين قدرت إنه تفوت على اليرموك، لأنه كان هو لفترة 10 سنين محاصر، وإنه كان ممنوع إنه حدا يفوت إلا بموافقة أمنية. بالوقت الحالي هلا رجعت الناس تقدر تفوت، واختي لاول مره فاتت وبعثت لنا فيديوهات من البيت انه كيف مدمر وكيف كل شيء انه راح، ما في اي ذكريات، كل ذكرياتنا محروقه، كل شيء. يعني لاقت بعض الصور انه ذكرياتها يعني برغم الغصه الكبيره والحزن اللي شفته يعني، بس كمان انه فرحت انه لقيت شيء بذكرني من بيتي. يعني في ذكريات إلنا حلوه هناك لقيناها.
وين بيتنا؟ بيتكم لقدام.
هاي مدرستي المنصورة.
اي هاي مو هيك؟
هاي مدرستي الإعدادي. هاي مدرستي. بس وين بيتنا لهلا ما عارف.
احنا كنا ساكنين بشارع المدارس بالمخيم بنهاية شارع صفورية بهذا البيت. هير ماينة فونانك. هون كان بيتنا بالضبط. تقريبا هاي الشغلات كلياتها راحت بالبيت، دمر البيت، راحت الذكريات اندفنت كلها تحت البيت.
هاي شارع المدارس. لا هاي مو بيتنا. لا مو بيتنا. ايه لا قدام هون سلامة نت يمكن كان. يمكن
هذا يمكن هذا
ثواني
كان احمر، مو كان مدهون احمر؟
وحياة الله ايه هذا بيت. هاي حارتنا.
يلا
شوفوا حارتنا.
يلا
شايفين قديش صالح للسكن. هاي بيتنا.
هاي بدخل بيت.
هذا باب البيت. هاي درج مرت عمي جيهان. هاي بيت مرت عمي جيهان. شوفي امي.
يلا ندخل على البيت هلا من هون.
شوفي
ما بتحبي ترجعي على سوريا؟ ليه؟
Wo soll ich hin zurückgehen? Ja, dieser Platz ist zerstört und das war's. Ja, was soll ich dort machen? Ich bin hier jetzt, ja, ich baue jetzt ganz anderes Leben. Ich habe die deutsche Sprache gelernt und habe mein Abitur hier gemacht und jetzt werde ich weiter hier studieren. Ich fühle mich hier doch sicher und ja. Aber wo, wenn du kein Anyway?
على نفس بيتي نعمره من أول وجديد ننزط شوي شوي بيزبط.
والجيران؟
جيراننا كثير ما تروح بالحلب. مرت عمك جان بدها ترجع وخالتك نوال وأم رضوان وأبو رضوان بس هذول اللي بدهم يرجعوا الكبرية.
بس ما فيكي. ما فيكي.
لا فيني. نحن لما يعني هلا انتوا هلا جيت تتعلموا قدامكم المستقبل بتشتغلوا بتتوظفوا نحن خلاص انتهت مهمتنا نرجع بلدنا.
I don't think about my future now. I think about my children's future. So yeah, here I think they have a better future, but also they need to know about their past and what comes in the future comes in the future. I don't know now.
Weil wir auch dieser Krieg wirklich erlebt haben, also die Bomben, also die Geräusche von Bomben sind immer noch in unserem Kopf. Also ich möchte das löschen, diese Erinnerung. Gleichzeitig muss ich das behalten und muss immer weiter erzählen für die anderen, weil es ja wichtig.
That it won't come back as I remember it. So, and these memories are fading away with time, you know. So that's somehow is how it's changing in my mind.
ما بحب أحكي كتير يعني عن المخيم لأنه قد ما حكيت قليل. قد ما بحاول أتذكر بضل في أشياء ممكن أنساها. بخاف إني أحكي لأنه بخاف أفكر حالي إني نسيت جزء مهم بحياتي بالمخيم.
It's important to be told because it was like a normal life for good people who are trying to make their livings and their kids living, and then they were taken by the surprise out of their normal life, you know.
Man erzählt nicht wirklich über uns. Ja, die Leute wissen Syrien, es gibt dort einen Krieg, es gibt viele Leute aus Syrien. Ist ja das auch sehr wichtig, dass die Leute hier wissen. Aber wir auch, also als Palästinenser, als Flüchtlinge.
I think so because it's our identity. So if you don't remember your identity, what are you?
Yeah. Even though it has like the both negative side and positive sides.
Yes.
Regarding what happens to us, but yeah, that's what makes us.
Yeah.
Bah voilà, on peut rien faire quoi. C'est pas nouveau. There's nothing we can do, 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 there's nothing we can do.
Je n'avance pas. J'accélère. Je reste sur place. Envahi par la peur de me faire dépasser, je décide d'arrêter d'essayer de rattraper le retard. Je refuse la course. C'est curieux, 2 heures avant on était en retard, et là on a presque trop de temps. Comme si j'avais le droit à une parenthèse. Soulagé. Un moment pour rien. Est-ce que je viens de perdre ou gagner du temps? Je rêve d'une oasis où le temps n'existe pas. Un lieu où on a tout le temps du monde. Sur l'île de Sommarøy, au nord de la Norvège, les habitants ont fait une demande officielle pour devenir la première zone sans temps. Qu'est-ce qui peut motiver leur initiative? Leur rapport au temps y est-il différent? À Sommarøy, les pêcheurs sont le sel de la terre. Ils représentent l'identité de l'île. J'accompagne Trond des Sigvart en mer.
Why I do it? Yeah, why? No, I don't. Never think about that.
You never?
Yeah. I want to live in Sommarøy. I want to be fisherman, and it's a nice life. You don't have a fast time you can work. You don't know when you should go to work, because some days is good weather, some days bad weather, and it's a lifestyle. Nice picture.
Yeah. Beautiful there.
It's Hoya, yes. So every summer I go up there.
Yeah.
When you're coming at sea, you think there's no stress. No. You see here you have living outside, fresh air. You have everything. My father is 80 years and he is outside and fishing now. Yeah. Bad weather is meeting outside in the sea. 1 hour out there is very not good weather. No. You see here is Sommarøy here, and we fish outside here. The older people was a little bit more wake up, and they have to take a look at the stars and look at the moon. No, you don't have to think. You have everything. You're a machine engineer of a big boat from university. That's a job I want that job. It's a very nice job. I'm not so old, okay. but I heard about it.
Yeah. How old are you actually?
Huh?
Well, how old are you?
I'm 50. Or 50 this year. Yeah. the longest time I've been on this boat for is 1 week. I have 8 months holiday. I have that. Yes, so you see, we live in the paradise. You see, we have everything. Da kan du bare gi han til, ja. Full spik. Skal jeg like beløsende til deg? Ja. C'est effectueux, ja.
Je comprends mieux maintenant ce qui motive le grand-père de Trond à revenir en mer à ses 80 ans. Au-delà d'un métier, c'est une manière de se sentir vivant. À l'agenda urbain des 24/7 s'oppose la notion du temps des pêcheurs. Face à l'imprévu en mer, un moment opportun s'offre à toi. Il y a un instant T pour larguer les amarres, pour pêcher et remonter les filets. Et c'est pas toi qui le décide. Il faut saisir ce qui s'offre à toi, sans rien attendre. Et si on avait vraiment arrêté d'écouter ? Je rencontre Sigvart, le fils de Trond. J'aimerais en savoir plus sur la place que prend la pêche dans les valeurs de sa famille. Quelles valeurs a-t-il hérité de la pêche et lesquelles veut-il perpétuer?
For now, I think the best for me is working on the boat, but maybe we don't know what tomorrow brings. So maybe the girlfriends or the child, everything like that, they can turn your life around, and then you have to come home and find a work on land. I remember when I was a child and in the summer, everyone has in the local have a small boat for their child. They can go at sea, and when my father was leaving the port and going to sea to fish, I remember he was standing on the back of the ship and waving to me, and I felt a bit of want to cry because my father was leaving. I know he was coming back, but I remember that feeling was something I didn't like. Yeah. When they were young, that was the only choice. Either you go fishing, and then some few people here on the island went to Tromsø and studied, but most of the people was fishermen. But when my father was young, they worked maybe 8 weeks on and 12 weeks, and they maybe was just 1 or 2 weeks on land and go back to sea. So there was a different time. I was a small child, and he was bringing me down to the engine room and let me start the engine. I didn't know much of what I was doing, but he was holding my hand and pushing the buttons where I should push. Yeah, because I was very young also, was starting as a chief engineer.
L'histoire de Sigvart me renvoie à ma famille comme un point d'ancrage, un fil rouge qui me rappelle mon identité à travers le temps. Dans sa famille, la pêche fait dialoguer toutes les générations autour d'une seule et même histoire. La vie de Sigvart en écrit la continuité. Le récit de Sigvart est touchant à plusieurs égards. Qu'est-ce qu'un temps pour soi si on ne peut pas le partager avec ceux qu'on aime?
My grandfather was a fisherman, so he had a small fishing boat here. This building here is from 56 or 58. When he passed away, we took over it now, so we have just started to take care of it now, and yeah. I like the way it's built here with the framework and everything. My wife, she would like to move to a bigger city.
Yeah.
I'm the one that's holding back, but I work shifts. I'm working 1 week and I have 2 weeks off. And in my 2 weeks off, if I'm gonna stay in a big city, what am I gonna do then?
Right.
For example, like now, I have my free shift here now.
Yeah.
I'm working here on the house here, and it's all free around me. The kids are home playing.
Yeah.
They can go out whenever they want.
Yeah.
So it's so much freer to live out here. The time-free zone was it was a big PR stunt, I guess so. But of course, it's in the summertime, especially when the sea is like a mirror. You have the orange midnight sun and everything, and then you don't want to go to bed. You want to stay up.
Même si Stéphane n'y croit pas, un temps pour soi-même n'a pas sa place dans un agenda. Cadré, il perd toute sa liberté. Je me dis que la zone 100 ans, ce sont ces petits moments qu'on aime tellement qu'on en oublie le temps qui passe. Qu'on en oublie le temps qui passe. J'envie la liberté de Stéphane. Mais peut-on être libre du temps à l'échelle d'une communauté ? Je rencontre Boré, capitaine de bateau.
My name is Börre Hansen. I'm 58 years old. I work as a captain on a big fishing boat, and we work in like a scheduled plan, 4 weeks on and 4 weeks off the boat. The whole thing is a joke that went too far, in my opinion. A lot of the things are true. We are working with nature. We have to adapt to nature. We can't stop fishing to have dinner. We have to catch the fish when it's available. Then we have to maybe delay the dinner for like 3-4 hours. Okay, if you were on a desert island and didn't have to react to the rest of the world, then you could do whatever the hell you wanted. When it's things that you have to do kind of like a schedule. When we are out fishing, we have to report to the authorities before they close the auction, so you can to get the fish.
Because then you have a contract to sell the fish.
Yes. Yeah. And I remember my grandfather. He was also a fishing boat captain. He had only compass and the log to measure the speed of the boat. It was was going with me over to Senja, but he was like in his 80s, late 80s then, and he was asking me which course are we? How many degrees are we steering now? Have we passed this rock? Can you see the pole on your starboard side now? So he was navigating in his head, and he was almost blind also. But he remembered. They used the time. They knew. He asked me how much speed are we?
J'admire la capacité du grand-père de Boré à lire les messages implicites du paysage. Comme si le temps et l'espace étaient tissés d'un même fil. La pêche dépend des rythmes naturels. On ne peut pas forcer la reproduction des poissons, changer le cours de la météo ou reproduire du sable sur demande. devant les attentes d'une société qui cherche à tout accélérer. La pression du plus urgent masque l'essentiel. Le sentiment d'exister s'abîme, et notre mélodie intérieure se tait. Suivre son rythme, c'est jouer avec des silences et laisser émerger les nuances de nos émotions, notre signature, notre empreinte. Accepter la réalité telle qu'elle est, accueillir le moment, c'est faire l'expérience du temps et vivre pleinement. Pourquoi avais-je si peur de me laisser vivre l'instant ?
And the fact that okay, to be honest, the thing that I struggle with the most beyond this idea of an end and the guilt that comes with the whole discourse is the fact that I'm a graphic designer by choice, and there's just something that feels intrinsically vapid to me in creating images and visuals when the world is seemingly crumbling, to aiding in whatever way to this barrage of media and consumption while there's an ongoing crisis. Or worse, to commodify these discourses through individual artistic practices. And yes, I know this could be true for many professions, and if I follow this logic to its extreme, I would find more than one fallacy. I cannot or should not assess the value of a profession by extrapolating into a wasteland. After all, everything does seem banal compared to global ecological collapse. But nevertheless, the question remains, what is a graphic designer supposed to do when the world is ending? In this crisis, is there anything we can really do through graphic design? It's hard to come to terms with the reach of my abilities, hard to face reality that on one hand, the world doesn't seem to need more things, more senseless aesthetic production, and on the other, that these creative processes based on research or visual exploration on some foreign experience or some distant geopolitical issue seem like an exploitation of said reality to me. Or at the very least, I just find it odd that after all is said and done, problems are so easily ignored by the designer, and not to their fault. It's just it might be just exclusively to the benefit of them, whether that is academically or in terms of social capital one or accessing certain institutions. And I know I sound cynic, but take this critique, this video, this performance, for instance. Am I engaging with the climate crisis through design? I'm not. It's just an illustration of the message, really. Essentially being relegated to the core or a visual companion. It just feels so unnecessary to a degree, almost like an aestheticization of the issue. Sometimes it feels like my effort should be put elsewhere, but then again, I still like design. And yes, maybe you could argue that graphic design manages to raise awareness, that it shines a light on some important issues by presenting them in an appealing or more understandable way. But maybe we're past the point of creating awareness of this kind anyways. It's no new information, nothing that has not been said before or will be said again in the future. At this point, it might just be information that we recycle every so often, ruins and relics. So what is there left to do to reproduce the same message in different styles with different fonts and stamp them on sellable objects, on galleries, on videos, on exhibitions? Is that all? But I get it. We have to talk about it, and we want to talk about it through design. I'm not saying that there's no space for this or that we shouldn't do it. Perhaps maybe it's the only way that we could do it. Perhaps I am downplaying its importance. But I don't know. It also just feels like maybe it's an attempt to reassure ourselves that our labor goes beyond a nice book or a good layout, but maybe it doesn't. I think we might want that confidence of changing something bigger than in the face of societal environmental collapse. We can still contribute to a solution from within our profession, and maybe we can't. It's a paradox, really, a cycle. I know that a purely aesthetic design is vapid, and as much as I want to indulge in it, I can bring myself to fully justify it. But then the creative processes that try to be something more, that come from this urgency economy so present nowadays, also seem a bit self-serving, or at the very least with such a limited reach that is almost performative to a degree. On top of that, this feeling is aggravated by a very palpable present economic reality that forces me to act, to compromise, keep creating unnecessary but maybe appealing design artifacts to show my worth as a good graphic designer, like a shirt or a publication, a video or an installation. So even if I try to be something more, I still ultimately have to do my job as a designer, regardless if the world is ending or not, regardless if it has an impact or not. So I don't know what to say anymore or yet. I started this as a way to inquire into the discourse of a future societal collapse because I was scared, really. And then the place or lack thereof of design in tackling this kind of situations. But that is honestly unanswered. I don't have an answer for it. I don't know whether or not framing the climate crisis through this doomist language is helpful or not. I do not know if there is a place for design in this era of the Anthropocene. I don't want to renounce it yet, but it's hard to naively believe in it, in the power that it can have or the impact. Sometimes it feels like every option can be condemned as reactionary or not enough, counterproductive, unhelpful, contradictory, fleeting, just a big performance. And to be honest, I think it is. And at the risk of sounding ignorant in these times where the stakes are so high, when the problem is so present, when the future is so unsure, if all there is to do is to perform, to remind ourselves of the problem, to cope with it, then maybe it's not such a bad thing. Maybe let us at least perform.
That I have given arsenic in the green color is because I'm worried that someone could harm himself in its preparation, on the stone or in any other way. And I am anyway convinced that someone who has done something in chemistry can extract the components very easily. He would regard such a thing as a beautiful discovery, but cannot enjoy this supposed glory. I have just seen a very elegant evening dress of arsenic green silk, trimmed at the bottom of the skirt, with a gauze veil of emerald or arsenic green falling half over her forehead. To complete the likeness, she had a small child in her arms. The wife of the owner of a chemical factory in Mulhouse, Alsace, who showed me a dress of this kind because of its beautiful color, and whom I asked to get rid of it immediately, was not persuaded to do so, even though it always had the above-mentioned adverse effect on her.
Health-threatening microplastics have been found in the human bloodstream for the first time. These particles are circulating in our bodies.
Ball gowns dyed green with arsenic became fashionable. It was the most beautiful green imaginable, but the ladies paid for the vanity of shining at the ball. The green of the period. Green, green, green.
Microplastics can move around the body and settle in organs.
The first thing that caught my eye was the brilliant green paper with which the room was hung. Soon after my recovery, I took a new house, in which my bedroom and dressing room were already hung with brilliant apple green paper. For the library, my choice again fell on green flock paper, and there my arsenical story properly begins. There appears to be a kind of glamour which hovers over the medical vision, as regards to this special danger, said Mr. Herbert. Still, I believe with you, Sir Robert, that the day will come when they will be only too anxious to ignore the fact that they ever disregarded it. But tailoring and fashion have a greater influence in this respect than health theory. The selection of wearing apparel is therefore becoming a serious question of personal safety. The medical police have, of course, forbidden the sale of these substances in some places, and they have occasionally been confiscated in the shops. Nevertheless, they are to be found everywhere in the fashion shops. The power of fashion, however, is ruthless, and does not know the care for health.
Scientists found microplastics in the blood of almost 80%.
The amount of arsenic imported into this country during the year 1875 was 2,327,742 pounds. Each pound contains a fatal dose for about 2,800 adults. Each pound contains a fatal dose for about 2,800 adults.
Adidas produces 600 million shoes a year with plastic soles.
The use of arsenic has become common in ladies' dresses, in veils, in sewing silks, in threads, and artificial flowers, in gentlemen's underclothing, in socks, gloves, in hat linings, in the lining of boots, and shoes, and paper collars, and coloured enamel clothes, and doubtless many other articles.
Shoe soles wear down, and the micro-shavings end up from the street via the stormwater systems in the ocean. Arctic snow, shellfish, table salt drinking water, Antarctic ice. In the study, PET plastic, which is widely used in beverage bottles, was found in half of the blood samples. Polystyrene used in packaging food and other products in 1/3, and polyethylene used in plastic bags in 1/4.
The Schweinfurt green maintains its power, and always resumes its victorious battle with the competition. Its brilliance, the intensity of which is as yet unrivaled by any other green.
Body and poison became one. Health-threatening microplastics, human blood, can move around the body and settle in organs. Settle in organs. Settle in organs. $600 million shoes a year with plastic soles circulating in our bodies.
Walking alone at night. Honestly, it's something that I've been doing for years, and it'd be like, midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and I would just leave and I would just walk about until like, okay, I'm done.
If they're like behind me, if we're going in the same direction, it just freaks me out, so I cross the road.
Blend in with your surroundings and become invisible. Nobody sees you anymore. It's like an invisibility cloak almost. Femininity is almost like dangerous, and I hate that.
It's like I'm opinionated while I walk, you know what I mean? It's like, I seem to have indeed a purpose, but there's a pace to it, there's a rhythm.
Walking alone at night. Honestly, it's something that I've been doing for years, and it'd be like, midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and I would just leave and I would just walk about until like, okay, I'm done.
If they're like behind me, if we're going in the same direction, it just freaks me out, so I cross the road.
Blend in with your surroundings and become invisible. Nobody sees you anymore. It's like an invisibility cloak almost. Femininity is almost like dangerous, and I hate that.
It's like I'm opinionated while I walk, you know what I mean? It's like, I seem to have indeed a purpose, but there's a pace to it, there's a rhythm.
From the top, make it drop, that's some wet ass pussy. Now get a bucket and a mop, that's some wet ass pussy. I'm talking wop, 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 that's some wet ass pussy. Macaroni in a pot, that's some wet ass pussy, huh?
I reached for Nicole. Nicole is the last female wooden shoemaker in the Netherlands. She was truck driving for 10 years and serving the army for another 2. Why would you take over your father's business? Shifting identities. The poorer you would be, the fresher your protective klompen would be. In 2021, consumers in the EU spent 23.5 billion euros on shoes. Have you seen what Demna brought back last season? I found a little transparent bag full of plastic souvenirs, but she doesn't open her door to me. She apologizes and explains how her situation is only getting better now. She says, I really need to think about myself. Bata, Best, multinational footwear manufacturer and retailer of Moravian origin. I meet supervisors, controllers, managers, all of them SUV driving. On the way we talk outward processing trade, collective bargaining agreement, decision-making units. Once arrived to the plant, men are still talking. I politely show interest and I peek inside of the making machine. And I see them coming, a line of upside-down green feet, moonwalking on air, waiting to be joined to the other rubber half. Something else is moving. Orange-sleeved and dislocated limbs of steel, hastily applying glue or cutting a rim. The robots. Not sure if anybody here wants their jobs. At once, I discern a face, then a second, and some others. Old faces, male faces, supporting, controlling, and assisting the work of the giant arms. I go and I introduce myself to each of them. We talk about the prayer room, installed in the back of the building. That's what they mean by outward processing trade. The upper parts are sewn together by other people, mostly defined as women. Batanagar Industrial Township in Kolkata is the largest shoemaker in Asia. Almost like they appear magically. Eminem, the last seamstress. Sewing can hardly be done by a machine. This particular knowledge generated through and necessary for certain gestures and actions. The companionship with the tool. She arrived at 19 from Turkey, married, reproduced, and started producing. She won the right to work. She secured the means of her existence. My broken Dutch, her broken English, gesticulation, mimicking, those are not money moves. The shared experience of working in a country where you don't speak the language. I could have asked her to show me the movements, but I was shy. Anna Maria, a retired pair of sewing hands, Bussolengo. We look at old payslips. It says 19 liras. She talks about the one time she could see through her finger. Started at 13, hands straight into the machine, next to an anciana, an elder. You imitate her movements. School is work, work is school. This day she had to make little holes in little strips of leather, 3 at a time. So here she goes, 1, 2, 3. The finger is attached to the machine. 3 metal teeth planted in her skin. Never on sick leave again. Except for the 3 times 16 week she took to give birth to her 3 children. The radio is saying unemployment, precarious exploitation. How romantic. The radio is saying sex and never of immaterial information, communication, emotion and affection. You are waged and poor. Riviera del Brenta, thermo shoes, between Padova and Venice. The region is known as highly qualified in the development and the production of luxury footwear. But here they still inject plastic clogs. But at one point between a nurse, a cook and a cleaning lady, they wear the same shoes. Founders talks me through the history, the design, but don't mention the workers. See a couple of books on the top shelf. It says 130,000 footwear manufacturers. Right. An artist, I am risking economic failure. To do anything not into the category of the unemployed. Go. And I find them, Ginevra, Franca and Gabriele. From one sewing machine to the other. zigzag, twin needle, flatbed, unison feed. The basement of this alpine farmstead, una malga. Two hidden abodes of production, one on top of the other. The social factory on top of the shoe factory on top of the mountain. On her stool, what's left of a pair of boxer shorts, it says uomo, 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 like a woman seated on the butt of a man. And without turning her head from her piece, she says, I can't sew with my 2 feet. But she can, pointing at her colleague. A shoe in Italy cost 47, in Portugal 29, in China and in India 4. Female workers became a problem when they started opposing the top and the bottom of the house. Whose are they? Those are the ones to go on the moon. Somebody in some Italian mountain is sewing together the shoe of an American lady practicing zero gravity in a giant tin can. But who made those? They don't look like you can go really far. We went to the depot in Elde. Dozens of shelves full of proto shoes, never meant to walk or just not anymore. Transformed into artifacts and stored in the dark. Do you see his enormous invisible hands employed to labor for an artist? Art is exceptional economically. They eradicated the artist's hand. They favored the idea, and the object liquefied. On one side, the one making, on the other, the one thinking. Do you know the name of this boring machine? Carving the inside of a tree out, stuffing your foot in and hoping for the best. I met Luther. We went to his house. He was painting the top of the clock with colors, an emblem, a signature, black and yellow. Here we want context, we want concepts and processes. The visibility of a work is the unit of measure of its perceived value. He fabricated his own tool. The width of his thumb is the unit of measure. The inspired artist entrepreneur and the ability to subcontract. The working class did not survive, hence the shelves of cart feet. This class excluded independent, unemployed and housewives. Where is the line between the working territory and the outside? We are productive even when we sleep. Let's say we aren't workers. Do not become a woman at work. Thank you. If you want to see the clocks, they will be there in the space. So you can see the handwork.
This is a kindergarten northwest of Kiev, Ukraine, which was destroyed at the beginning of the Russian invasion in spring 2022. The space was recorded by Yaro, a Ukrainian photographer, who used an app on his phone to 3D scan the environment. The software developer Polycam has offered its app for free in Ukraine, mainly so that people can digitally capture their national identity in form of cultural objects and places before they get destroyed. The 3D scanning process converts single images into a visual meta-image. This technique is called photogrammetry, and in the context of warfare has already been used 100 years ago, at the beginning of the 20th century. During World War I, the German Wehrmacht was already stitching together aerial photographs of surveillance flights into so-called orthophotos to get a spatial overview of enemy positions. During the Second World War, it was mainly the Allies who sent reconnaissance planes over the attack zones directly after the mass bombings of German cities in order to evaluate the damage. Even today, these orthophotos help Germany to locate and defuse unexploded bombs from the Second World War that are still in the ground of German cities. Many of the individual images overlap and capture the same section from two different perspectives. With a stereoscope, it is possible to analyze the images in 3D. Modern, computer-based photogrammetry relies on more than two images of the same object to create a three-dimensional model. Especially for larger areas of land and objects such as buildings, drones are used for this purpose. The mass of drone footage coming out of Ukraine exceeds that from other war zones. The proliferation of commercial drones has led to the increasing use of imagery taken by both professionals and amateurs to show the scale of destruction in areas that have been under attack. By being published on various video and news platforms, the clips spread almost in real time and are thus available to people all over the world shortly after the footage has been recorded. Visually, the recordings are similar. Slow and constant filming of a building or a landscape from different angles. If a video shows an object from many different angles, a digital model of it can be created with the help of photogrammetry software. Since February, more and more of these models that use public videos as a basis have been uploaded to different 3D platforms. Most of them are destroyed objects, vehicles, buildings, or landscapes. Everyone with a computer and free photogrammetry software can participate in rendering available videos into three-dimensional environments, turning digital space making into a civic-led practice of preservation and creation. Unlike normal photos or videos, spatial records do not tie the viewer's perspective to that of the person who captured a scene with a camera. Instead, they allow for free navigation. This also reduces the disconnection between viewer and object inherent in two-dimensional images. In a journalistic context, that opens up new ways of narrating information. Some news platforms have already experimented with photogrammetry, creating settings that users can actively explore. It is a challenge to guide the reader experience, as the flow of information is not inherently linear. But it's also an opportunity to think about new ways that allow readers to have more influence on how they consume information and what that might mean for combining it with traditional news forms. With the help of geo-platforms like OpenStreetMap, Google Earth or Bing Maps, the records can be spatially embedded and contextualized. In the process, the direct location of a place or scene is coupled with real coordinates, connecting digital point clouds to the physical world. This allows for a better geographic overview and reduces the abstraction that comes from being removed from the real-world context. In this hangar, the largest aircraft in the world, the AN-225, was destroyed by heavy fire. The quality of the model is so good that viewers can immerse themselves in the site as if they were there. For people who have been at the place, the model can be a helpful support to go back to the space of the event and recall it in as much detail as possible. It is also possible to analyze whether a statement could have taken place as claimed. For instance, whether a person had a clear field of fire at a particular spot. Of course, a 3D model should never be used as the sole evidence to support a statement, and even less so if the author is not a professional, trustworthy source. But in making a scenario tangible, it can be an important building block for a better understanding of past events, especially for people who have not been there. In open source investigation, 3D models have been helping for several years to spatially analyze events and make them comprehensible. Often these models were created from scratch on the computer, using architecture or 3D building software without incorporating photogrammetry into the process, which makes them less accurate and not suitable for an immersive experience. This makes open source photogrammetric models so exceptional. Almost anyone can participate in capturing a space of an event as a digital replica, enabling a sense of immersion that surpasses other forms of imaging. The immersive quality of spatial photographs can also be beneficial for individuals who have had a traumatic experience in a particular space, allowing them to travel back in time. Under professional guidance, they can address their trauma and reprocess it in a safe setting. Scientists in West Holland are researching on using semi-immersive environments in the treatment of post-traumatic stress disorder, so-called 3MDR therapy. Patients are confronted with events of the past, but retain power over how far they want to approach the trauma through a virtual environment. According to these experts, it would be very helpful if patients had the possibility to take a different perspective in order to perceive what happened from another point of view and to be able to re-evaluate the scenario. The environment can be animated, objects erased or added. Personal photographs, for instance, are valuable in creating a stronger emotional connection to the scenario. Other external stimuli help to focus the patient's attention on something different at the right moment, supporting the process of reflection. For more information, visit spatialarchiveofwarfare.com.
Walking alone at night is honestly something that I've been doing for years, and it'd be like, midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and I would just leave and I would just walk about until like, okay, I'm done.
It's not like behind me, we're very in the same direction. It just freaks me out, so I cross the road.
Blending with your surroundings and this will nobody sees you anymore. It's like an invisibility cloak almost. Femininity is almost like dangerous, and I get that.
It's like a opinionated wild west, you know what I mean? Like, I seem to have it need a purpose, but there's a pace to it, there's a rhythm.
I'm Oscar. I'm from Berlin, Germany. I currently live in a tent for 4 weeks, and I couldn't find a long-term place to stay yet. A home is a certain type of intimacy, not just the place, but also the people that you live with.
My name's Tony.
My name is Greta. Oh, I'm Sam.
Isa.
My name is Franz.
I'm Daria.
And my name is Yuval. So what should I say about the housing problem? That we're basically homeless.
Also part of the housing crisis. I'm living in Maastricht, which is an hour train away, 20 euros each way. It's really expensive.
I live still in Rotterdam and I have to travel every day.
It definitely is a struggle. The trains stop running after 12. It's been really hard finding a place.
This is our third time moving. Every time we move to a different Airbnb. And it's super expensive.
I wrote messages to maybe like 40 different listings and they all gave me the same answer. I wasn't chosen for a viewing.
Everything on Facebook and Commonet and every website I could find, and I still didn't find anything.
How am I supposed to find a place if there's like so many other people doing the same? It's frustrating. I think a home for me is a place where I can contemplate on the things I went through each day.
Right now it's just a rooftop.
Like loving people, when loving people surround you.
Just a bed, somewhere to sleep, somewhere to shower. But, a home is really somewhere where you can come back to and feel safe.
My name is Rosalie Brankoek. I'm from a small town near Eindhoven in the Netherlands. I stayed here for like 1 year. It's a bit too tiny for me. I feel the most home when I'm away because you've got so much less to lose.
My name's Ben. I'm half French, half English. Moved from the UK to Eindhoven in mid-August. Yeah, so there's a shed in the garden of the house that I've been staying in, but it's been used as a dumping ground for all manner of things. It's full of junk, but also the shed itself doesn't have a door and it's not insulated. A home is where I have roots. Home is comfort. Home is where I can be myself.
Last week we heard that we can have a new house, an anti-squat house.
I know quite a few projects like that, so to speak, but it's not nearly as widespread as it should be.
Yeah, but I feel like you can get a little creative.
Flooding really is the answer.
There are plenty of places. There's building shortage of places to stay. They just don't want to rent it to students.
Help us. Please help us. Someone.
Tiyak. Lumipad na kita Milyes. Godot.
Guys. Hi everybody. If you're interested in video games, come along. My name is Luca, and this is the project that I'm going to show you today, my video game Sindaco. Sindaco is a narrative-driven role-playing game where you play as the mayor of a small town, or the Sindaco, and the decisions that you make and the relationships that you build will have long-lasting consequences on the rest of your game. In my work, I'm always trying to tell a story, and Sindaco is the story of a small town that changes and develops, not just based on your wishes, but on the wishes of the people around you. In this game, your people aren't just numbers on a screen, they're people with their own hopes and wishes, and managing this successfully will spark progress in your town. Fail to do so, and you will lose control. So this game is heavily inspired by my own heritage. My family is from a very similar town in the south of Italy that has changed massively due to various factors like organized crime, corruption, and mass tourism, which are all things we're going to see our Sindaco deal with today. And this is our character. He's the Sindaco and the player character that you will play as. But right now, we're going to go through the town itself. We're going to explore a little community, meet the village people, meet the people we're going to interact with today, and just get to know them a little bit, and I'll show you a little bit of the conversations that we can have and what they mean for the rest of your game. So right now, we're going to go talk to Cristobaldo. Again, Cristobaldo is always there to help you out as the player if you need anything. And he's going to let us know that we have two characters in this particular storyline today. We have two characters who want to talk to us, and we're going to get to know them. And later on in the game, they're going to give us some decisions to make and some choices to make, which will have consequences on the rest of the storyline. But right now, let's take things slowly. Let's go and meet these people, see who they are, get to know them, and understand their roles in the town. So the first person that we're going to meet is our friend here with the mustache, Don Lothario. Don Lothario is the first main character that we're going to interact with today, and he's the head of a mafia family in the town, so he's very influential and very powerful. So we really need to make sure that we keep him on side because of his power in the town. Now, as we have a conversation with him right now, I'd like to bring attention to these two options that we get to choose when we have a chat with him. These two options will take us on different roads within the conversation itself. So every conversation that you can have with a character in this game has multiple different branches that will give us different options and also make us understand different things about the characters depending on what we choose. So in this particular conversation, we had two options in the beginning. We could have gone down a more hostile route with him, or we could have been more friendly. In this case, we've chosen to be more friendly, and in doing so, as we read the conversation, we can understand that these two characters know each other before the game started, off camera, so to speak. And I wanted to add that into the game to show how in these kind of scenarios, street politics is extremely important. It's really how these communities manage themselves, but also the issue with street politics, the flip side of it, is that these people know each other in a very personal connection. They know each other's families, they've grown up with each other, and so that means that the decisions that you make will impact the people's opinions of you on a very emotional level. And that's something that you'll have to manage as you go through the game, is how to keep people from getting angry at you on a very personal level. But the second character we're going to meet today is Maria Rosaria. She's kind of the opposite to Don Lothario. She's a quintessential Southern Italian woman. She's a gossip. She knows everything and everyone in the town. She's watched loads of people grow up, including our character, the Sindaco. And so her primary concerns are of the community. She wants to look after the people. And she's kind of the opposite to Don Lothario in that way, where he is mainly concerned with preserving his own influence and money in the town. She's more concerned with how the town is doing itself as a community, if people have infrastructure, if they have education and medicine and support. And so managing these two people with their two very conflicting ideas and interests in the town are really going to be what drives our gameplay today. But right now we're going to go take a walk through the town, and I designed the town, just quickly to mention, designed the town based off Southern Italians that I grew up in. And as we move through the town, I'd like to bring to your attention the hills in the background that are currently covered in trees. So I wanted to symbolize that this town is a very rural place, very isolated and small, but that might change as we go through the game depending on the decisions that we make. Now we're in the second level of the game, and this is the level in which we're going to explore some of the decisions that we can make as the Sindaco. As the mayor of the town, our job isn't just to walk around and hang out and drink coffee. We also have to make some real decisions on how our town is going to develop. And in that conversation with Cristobaldo we just had now, we're going to go chat to Don Lothario because apparently he has something to tell us. So we're going to walk over to the bar, Over here, there he is, our little friend with the mustache. And we're going to have a chat with him, and we're going to see what he has to offer us. So as I said in this level, the characters will give us different options based on what their interests are on how to develop this town. And in this first conversation we're going to have, Don Lothario is going to give us the option to build a harbor. So as he goes on, he says, imagine how much more money we will make from a proper modern harbor in the town. Now this is kind of a reflection of real life, because in communities like this, seaside communities, having a trade route into the town is one of the ways that the mafia makes a lot of money, through either legal trade or illegal trade or the drug trade. So for Don Lothario, having a harbor in the town is definitely going to give him more power, more influence, and more money. But because we know his interests are maybe not aligned to ours, we're not going to say yes to him yet. We're going to say we'll consider his decision, and then we'll come back to him later and let him know. Because we also need to talk to Maria Rosaria, who is our second character. And she's going to give us another building to build in our town, another kind of element of infrastructure. And as we have this conversation, she's going to explain to us that she thinks it's really a good idea if we build a hospital. Now again, in these kind of small isolated communities, healthcare is a real problem because they don't have access to larger cities with perhaps more technology and more people just working in medicine. So building a hospital here would probably be a really, really good idea. In fact, the small town that I come from that has influenced this game has just got itself a hospital, which has been a huge development for the town and has brought in a lot of infrastructure. So it is a really important part of these communities. So it's definitely something we should take into consideration. But the problem with Maria Rosaria's hospital, even though it sounds like a great idea, is that she wants to build it in the exact same place that Don Lothario wants to build his harbor, which means that we're not going to be able to choose both, which is going to lead to us angering one or other of the characters, because we're not going to be able to give them both what they want. So as we can see, our decisions that we're going to make in the game are going to start to alienate certain characters and bring other characters on our side. And this is something that we're going to have to manage, and let's see how well we do that. But right now, what we're going to do is we're going to go out to the municipio, and in this case, in the particular storyline I've prepared for you today, we're going to click on the hospital. And suddenly, at night, we're awoken by some strange noises. Oh no. Firebomb under my car. I'll deal with this tomorrow. So this is what can happen to you if you don't choose to work with Don Lothario and the Mafia. They react in some very threatening ways. How will this affect us going forwards? Well, let's see. So now we're still alive, thank God. We're a bit shaken, a bit scared, and we have a problem. We think that someone is trying to threaten our lives, and this is not good. So we need to figure out a way to fix this particular situation. But first, we're going to have a chat with our characters. And we're going to try and find out who did this to us, so that we can decide on how to proceed with this particular situation. Maria Rosaria thinks that it was the Mafia that caused this, and she's probably right. But we're going to go talk to Don Lothario first, and we're going to ask him what he thinks about this whole situation. And as he can say, who would possibly threaten our wonderful Sindaco? This town is truly going to the dogs. Yes, so part of the writing of the conversations that I wanted to include is this sort of veiled way that people talk in these kind of communities. Again, as I said before, because people know each other on a very personal level, it's difficult to say things out loud, especially when they're confrontational. So a lot of the conversations, I try to write them in a very particular kind of way that you hear people talking in these small towns, where they won't really say things out loud so much and things are very thinly veiled. As we move through the town, you might notice that in the background, a couple more buildings have popped up. So our town is actually developing itself as we go through the game and make certain decisions. But focusing back on the problems that we've caused with the car bombing and the Mafia and the rest of it, we're going to go talk to Cristobaldo. And Cristobaldo has two plans on how we can possibly deal with the situation that we've kind of caused for ourselves today. Cristobaldo has two ideas. The first idea is to pour money into the police force, hopefully getting rid of the Mafia forever, or possibly angering them. It's definitely a gamble. And the second idea is playing on the fact that Don Lothario's interests are to make money for himself. So investing in tourism in the town will probably bring him a lot of money. In real life, the Mafia does make a lot of money off the service industry through owning bars, restaurants, hotels, etc. So Investing into tourism is definitely going to appease Don Lothario and bring him a lot of money, but it might also have some undesired consequences on our town. And that's something that we're going to explore now as we click on tourism. So we've invested in tourism, and that has brought us to the final level and the conclusion of the storyline today. And as we move through the background, I want you to notice how much our town has changed since the first level. Those beautiful green hills with the trees are totally gone. They've been totally developed. There's much more, it's much busier, there's more people, there's more trash in the foreground, light pollution, noise pollution, etc., etc. And that's something that I really wanted to exaggerate in this last level, are the effects of mass tourism on a small community like this, that unfortunately a lot of the time these kind of places don't have the infrastructure necessary to support a number of people coming into the town and using the facilities. But there is one character in our town who's very pleased with our decisions that we've made today, and that's Don Lothario. Don Lothario, again, being the head of the mafia, says to us, who needs a harbor when you have people flooding in from all over the world ready to spend their money? So through our decisions, we've given him what he wants. We've given him a lot of money. But one of the things that we've also given him, which is sadly something we can't explore today, but is something that I wanted to build on in the future, is the idea that because we've given him what he wants, we've actually handed over a lot of our power as the mayor over to Don Lothario and the mafia, making sure that the mafia that now have a much more powerful position in the town than we do. And this kind of dynamic power struggle between different characters and their interests in the town is something that I really wanted to bring out within the game to kind of show how your decisions, while made with the best of intentions, can often mean that we lose control of our community itself and hand the power over to people who maybe we consider to be kind of unsavory. So right now, we've had a chat with Don Lothario. He's very pleased with himself. He feels like he's the top dog in the town, which is probably true. But the problem with this situation is that it's not really the tourists that suffer because of these kind of power dynamics. It's actually the people who live in the communities themselves. And right now we're going to go talk to Maria Rosaria, again our sort of spokesperson for the people, and she's going to tell us exactly what she thinks about our decisions that we've made in this storyline today. Fancy seeing you here. So, as we walk through this little conversation, we can probably tell that Maria Rosaria is not necessarily best pleased with her. Not that you can tell by the expression on her face, but she's definitely not necessarily pleased with us today. And she says exactly what the situation is. Don Lothario planted a car bomb to threaten us into doing what he wanted, and we've fallen for it. Our people still need to go to school and get their medicine. One of the issues that I wanted to bring up in this game is that because these small communities have such limited economy, when you invest heavily into one sector of the economy, it has to ultimately take away from other areas. And in this case, because we've invested so heavily into tourism, it's taken away from other things that we needed to invest in, like education, healthcare, and necessary infrastructure for people to live in. So as you can see, our decisions haven't necessarily had the best consequences for ourselves, our relationship, and our town. But in the case of this game, Syndaco, you're not really meant to win. This game is a simplification of the complex world of local politics, but our actions still highlight the real problem facing communities like this today. How are places like this supposed to develop a modern economy, manage crime and corruption, and still maintain the livelihood and the culture with no infrastructure and no support? That's the world that Syndaco wants to take you into and help you to understand from the other side of the equation. Often we see places like this as a tourist destination, but it really is its own infrastructure of people with their own problems, and I wanted to highlight that with my game today. Thank you so much for taking the time to watch my game. If you'd like to play the game yourself, you can check it out on my website. Also, my other work is there too. So, yeah, thank you so much, and have a lovely day.
South Africa and her cities, and threatened them to a state of almost as good as swallowed by a black hole. I found a position where I thought I could be distant from the potential futures I imagined. I found I needed, like in the last Angel of History, to create a character for myself to look at this future. Distance allowed me to critique my own attachment to the city, but also the opposite occurred. I became uncomfortable with how attached I became, again. So character, critique, distance, mourning, attachment, and then round again. And as for the last sort of thought that I have before we close today, I'd like to bring you 3 quotes. As said in the introduction to The Left Hand of Darkness by Ursula Le Guin, the future in science fiction is a metaphor. And Samuel R. Delany speaking about his role as a science fiction author in The Last Angel of History. Science fiction doesn't try to predict the future, but rather offers a significant distortion of the present. And finally, the boundary between science fiction and social reality is an optical illusion, said by Donna Haraway in the Cyborg Manifesto. Metaphors that help us to analyze the complex social realities which exist in the present, while disguised as predictions for the future. I believe this character, the prehistorian, existed within me before I arrived at these quotes and the project itself, and I did not mean for my presentations to become emotional outpourings of distress for a future of a country that's present is so hopeless. Each person asks me what step is next, and then I can only say home, Johannesburg. And for many this looks like I've shot myself in the foot. But for some it is a step in the direction that could avoid a black hole opening up and swallowing an entire city. So to close off, I invite you to also become part of this metaphor and to be specific in the questions you address towards your city and the futures of the cities you will live within. So I ask you to please imagine wisely. Thank you. Thank you for making it to the last day of the graduation show. If you have any questions, I'm around. I'm here for a bit. Thank you. Thank you.
Or whoever. I got better things to do. Thanks for nothing.
Epley, he said. Good call, Nextly, good call.
What can I say? Chia's the best in town. She styled me good back when the whole child labor story broke. Nothing anyone thinks about now, is it? I could not ask for a better PR expert.
You're too kind, Apley. I just do my job, which I'm very good at.
Anyway, when Shelley called, I thought, why not? Always good to have some favors to pull later.
Right, everything off. Here. Hey you, kiddo. The old man does not seem to be able to undress himself. Help out.
Right. Shelley, she seems to know what she's doing.
You must be Chia, head of Epley's PR, marketing.
Yes. I really do not have all day.
Hyundai, nice to meet you. Racing driver?
Cars, huh? I didn't know we were back in the 1900s. Fossil dependency and all that shit. Yeah, that seems to fit. Good, then everything else will as well. Right. The rest will arrive tomorrow. Curtains, floors, the whole thing. By the weekend, this whole thing will be long forgotten. BTW, you will have to do something about that story that came out this morning. It is not a good look.
I'll figure it out.
I don't care what you do. Just a shame to throw away my work. Gotta go.
Damn.
What just happened?
You just missed... What was her name?
Calm down. She's called Chia. You would be a terrible match. You heard her opinion on cars.
I can go electric.
Do you realize where you live?
No one goes electric in this house.
But the change of clothes and all the talk of a green future.
I have a date tonight, Hyundai. Did you think all of this was for real? Well, maybe if you bought it, Miss Green could be convinced as well. Coy? Well, I had to kill his parents when he was a kid. Couldn't be helped. Felt bad for him, so took him in. Of course no one told him the truth.
Funny you would decide on change of clothes the same day as my test on corporate greenwashing. Did you plan this before you knew the climate story would come out, or after?
I will have a serious chat with your teachers. Brainwashing the youth to believe fake news. What has the world gone to? If I'm a good father, definitely. You should see the trust fund I have in her name. Massive. Not my fault that means zero tax. I'm calm, understanding, yeah.
I'm inside, okay, sorry. Hello, hello again for the people coming back. I am Paloma. I will present to you my project entitled Tap Dancing, or the difficulties for a working woman to go beyond the myth of a woman at work. Leah, if you want to cue me, thank you. What do you see in the back of your head? The drawn images of so-called women flexing their arm muscles to the rhythm of the clickety. Laborers dancing in the dark. I am wondering about the memory of the objects, about the fingerprints left on it, but what's left of it? I reach for Nicole. Nicole is the last female wooden shoemaker in the Netherlands. She was serving the army for 10 years, truck driving for another 2. Why would you take over your father's factory? Shifting identities. The poorer you would be, the fresher your protective klompen would be. In 2021, European consumers spend 23.5 billion euros on shoes. Have you seen what Demna brought back last season? I found a little transparent bag full of miniature souvenirs. But she doesn't open her door to me. She apologizes and explains how her situation is only getting better now. Best. Bata Factory. Multinational footwear manufacturer and retailer of Moravian origin. I meet supervisors, controllers, managers, the bosses. All of them SUV driving. On the way we talk outward processing trade, collective bargaining agreement, decision-making unit. Once arrived to the plant, men are still talking. I politely show interest and I peek inside of the making machine. And I see them coming. A line of upside-down green feet, moonwalking on air, waiting to be joined to their other rubber half. Something else is moving. Orange-sleeved and dislocated limbs of steel, hastily applying glue or cutting a rim. The robots. Not sure if anybody here wants their jobs. At once, I discern a face. Then a second, and some others. Old faces, male faces, supporting, controlling, and assisting the work of the giant arms. I go and I introduce myself to each of them. We talk about the prayer room in the back of the building. That's what they mean by outward processing trade. The upper parts are sewn together by other people, mostly defined as women. Batanagar, industrial township in Kolkata, is the largest shoemaker in Asia. Almost like they appear magically. But we have heard about those people producing things that they do not know for other people consuming things that they do not know. Emine, the last seamstress. Sewing can hardly be done by a machine only. This particular knowledge generated through and necessary for certain gestures and action, the companionship with the tool. She arrived at 19 from Turkey. She married, reproduced, and started producing. She won the right to work. She secured the means of her existence. My broken Dutch, her broken English, gesticulation, mimicking, those are not money moves. The shared experience of working in a country where you don't speak the language. Anna Maria, a retired pair of sewing hands, bussolengo. We look at old payslips. It says 19 liras. She talks about the one time she could see through her finger. She started at 13, hands straight into a machine, next to an anciana, an elder, and you imitate her movements. School is work, work is school. This day, she had to make little holes in little strips of leather, 3 at a time. So here she goes, chak, chak, chomp. The finger is attached to the machine. 3 metal teeth planted in her skin. Never on sick leave again, except for the 3 times 16 weeks she took to give birth to her 3 children. The radio is saying unemployment, precarity, exploitation, how romantic. The radio is saying flexibilization and salarization here and everywhere else. Decline of material, hegemony of immaterial, knowledge, emotion, information, communication, and affection. You are waged and poor. She thought it would be a guarantee to a decent standard of living. Riviera del Brenta, thermal shoes, between Padova and Venice. The region is known as highly qualified in the development and the production of luxury footwear, but here they inject plastic clogs still. What is the common point between a nurse, a cook, and a cleaning lady? They wear the same shoes. The founders talks me through the history, the marketing, the design, but don't mention the workers. I see a couple of books on the top shelf. It says 130,000 footwear manufacturers go on strike. You must be a good and capable worker. As an artist, I am risking economic failure, ready to do anything to avoid falling into the category of the unemployable. So I climb higher. Bosco, provincia di Verona, 1,106 meters above sea level, pre-Alps of Veneto. And I find them, Ginevra, Franca, and Gabriele. From one sewing machine to the other, zigzag, twin needle, flatbed, unison feed. The basement of this alpine farmstead, una malga. 2 hidden body of production, one on top of the other. The social factory on top of the shoe factory on top of the mountain. On her stall, what's left of a pair of boxer shorts, it says uomo, 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 like a woman seated on the butt of a man. And without turning her head from her piece, she says, I can't sew with my 2 feet at the same time. But she can, pointing at her colleague. How essential does this look? A shoe in Italy cost 47, in Portugal 29, in China and in India 4. Female workers became a problem when they started opposing the top and the bottom of the house. Whose are they? Those are the ones to go on the moon. Somebody in some Italian mountain is sewing together the shoe of an American lady practicing zero gravity in a giant tin can. But who made this one? They don't look like you can go really far. We went to the depot in Eindhoven. Dozens of shelves full of proto shoes, never meant to walk, or just not anymore. Transformed into artifacts, stored in the dark. Do you see his enormous invisible hands employed to labor for an artist? Art is exceptional, economically. They eradicated the artist's hand. They favored the idea, and the object liquefied. On one side, the one making, on the other, the one thinking. Do you know the name of this boring machine? Carving the inside of a tree out, stuffing your foot in and hoping for the best. I met Luther. We went to his house. He was painting the top of these clogs with his colors, an emblem, a signature, yellow and black. Here we want contexts, we want concepts and processes. The visibility of a work is the unit of measure of its perceived value. He fabricated his own tool. The width of his thumb is the unit of measure. The inspired artist entrepreneur and the ability to subcontract. The working class did not survive, hence the shelves of carved feet. This class excluded independent, unemployed and housewives. Where is the line between the working territory and the outside? We are productive even when we sleep. Let's say we aren't workers. Do not become a woman at work. And that was the last one! Yay! Oh my god. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you want to see the clogs, there will be
enjoyed our flower meadow. She is disgusting. Probably learned that behavior from that grandma. I reckon all the women in that village of hers are like her. And why wouldn't they be? My brothers already said I'd never find a mate. Everyone is against me. And why? I am a kind wolf. I'm just not that pretty. It's so unfair. If I can't be happy, then they also shouldn't be. The next day, the wolf awaited the girl on the path towards Grandma's cabin. He saw her red cap emerging from behind the horizon. His heart started beating faster. What the ending is up to you, dear listener. What would the wolf do? Like in the Brothers Grimm fairy tale, is he a cold-blooded killer? Would he eat Grandma and take advantage of Little Red Riding Hood? Or would he start a conversation with her and discover her perspective of the story? What other possible outcomes can you come up with? And what would you do if you were the wolf? This story is part of my graduation project, Who Are the Villains? It's a two-faced fairy tale book with on the one side a reinterpretation of Little Red Riding Hood for the eyes of an incel, and on the other side a reinterpretation for the eyes of feminism. Incel stands for involuntary celibate, and they are an online community of mostly heterosexual men who have communally created an identity around their lack of sexual and intimate relationships. As most online communities, they've created a very specific lexicon and very specific ideas of how the world works. And what makes this new development so scary is that they blame women and feminism for their own unhappiness. So bad even that there have been terroristic attacks over the last decade, specifically proclaimed in the name of incels, and they were in the US, the UK, and in Canada. As with most polarization, the increase of fear for the other side of the spectrum condones violence. So we need to get rid of this fear, and we need to get rid of this faceless enemy who is shrouded behind the clouds. As traditional fairy tales show us, any character can do good or bad at any point of the story. It doesn't matter if it's the hero or the villain. There's a lot of nuance, there's a backstory, and there's
Alles, was mit uns passiert ist, wie ein Traum.
لما يسألني حدا مثلا هون في ألمانيا من وين أنت؟ طبعا أنا في سوريا كان عندي إقامة دائمة في سوريا، ما كنت مجنس على إني سوري. فمين ما يسألني من وين أنا، هو شغلة لا إرادية بحكي أنا فلسطيني من اليرموك. ما بحكي مثلا أنا خلقت أنا من سوريا بحكم أنا خلقان في سوريا وعشت حياتي كلها في سوريا، دراستي وكل شيء في سوريا كان، فبحكي من اليرموك.
As refugees in Syria and we are refugees now here so
لهيك يعني كان له، كنت أحسه وطن بالنسبة لي. هو في دمشق بس كنت أحسه يعني مكان في فلسطين.
شو يعني عاصمة؟ The capital of Palestinian diaspora. Like outside Palestine, the capital of Palestinians outside Palestine.
كان شيء يعني كان بيت بالنسبة لي اليرموك. كنت أعرف كثير عالم.
Yeah, it's small Palestine. You can call it small Palestine. Yeah.
هلا هنا بيحكوا مخيم اليرموك، بس لما تفوت على المخيم هو عبارة عن مدينة.
I can't teach you to recognize one from a Yarmouk, no, but if I saw someone now in the street, I can say this one is from a Yarmouk. I guess somehow it's there. So how can I say that? I don't know. But yeah, I can say.
كان يعني هذا الجو المتماسك بين الناس اللي هناك عن جد حلو. هالقد كيف الناس بتقعد قدام البيوت بتحكي بتشرب شاي بتفصفص بزر وهيك، يعني على قد ما كانت هاي الاشياء بسيطة على قد ما كان هذا الجو كتير حلو لإلنا.
هذا الجنب عايشين بيت عمي، الجنب الثاني اخوالي. يعني فيك تحكي الشارع لإلنا كان مش لإلنا بس العائلة كانت في الشارع، أصدقائي طبعا قريبين على البيت، حدا مثلا بالشارع اللي بعده. إذا بدي آكل مثلا ما في داعي أروح على البيت، بس أفوت على الشارع في كتير عالم بيقولوا لي إنه أجي آكل. أو مثلا يعني على سبيل المثال كانت الحياة اجتماعية أكثر من الوقت الحالي. لما طلعنا من اليرموك كنت متفاجئ انه هالشي صار بيوم وليلة. يعني نمت بالليل، كنت قاعد اول شيء انا واصحابي قبل ما انام، رحت نمت، مخططين تاني يوم نطلع نفطر نسوي شغلات. يعني كان في مخططات براسنا. صحيت تاني يوم بدي انزل افتح المحل، فكان ابويا مستناه تحت بالشارع بقول لي ما فيك تروح المحل. ليش؟ لانه نازل قذيفة وكان في اشتباك هناك. فقررت العائلة بنفس الساعة انه كنا نطلع من اليرموك نضب اغراضنا. طبعا ما في مخطط وين بدنا نروح. اول شيء بدنا نخلص من القذف وبدنا نخلص من الاشتباكات، ما بدنا حدا يتأذى من العائلة.
Actually, we didn't decide. So we went out one day and we couldn't tell.
So we wanted to stay inside, but there's no life anymore.
يعني اجت الصورة ببالي كيف ستي كانت تحكي لي كيف هي طلعت من فلسطين، فكأنه كررت الشغلة اللي احنا عم نطلع من يرموك هي طلعت من فلسطين.
أخذت أي شيء لما طلعنا من المخيم لأنه كان في قصف من الطيران واضطرينا نطلع من البيت إنه مثل ما إحنا بتيابنا. كان صعب كتير الواحد إنه يحمل شو، إنه كان الواحد بس إنه ينقذ حاله ويطلع بروحه. قولي شو
هلا بس تخاف كثير. ظلم سلامها تخبي ما كانت تخاف. طلعت بلا برا على الشارع بلا شحات، طلعنا على المز وهي ما لابسه شيء.
Ja, du hast auch keine Zeit zu denken. Also du siehst einfach die Leute, die am Straßen sind, die gestorben sind, weißt du. Man hat wirklich keine Zeit nachzudenken, was nehme ich jetzt mit. Wir haben wahrscheinlich nur die Ausweise, also ganz wichtigste Sachen.
كنت ناوي اخذ كمان دفتر ذكرياتي او رسوماتي. كنت كثير شغلات كنت حابب اخذها اعتقد، بس الشيء الوحيد اللي اخذته واعتقدت انه مهم هو مفتاح بيتنا، بس انخلع الباب فما عاد في داعي للمفتاح.
لو كان بإمكاني إني آخذ ذكريات طفولتي أو إني كنت أخذت بيتي الدافئ كله فيما بعد العمر النقدية التي أصبحت بلا قيمة الآن، وهذا مفتاح بيتنا، كرت صالون ماما، واللعبة اللي ستي خيطت لي إياها أنا وصغيرة، وبعد الصور اللي بتذكرني بأيام المخيم.
Das auch diese Foto von meiner Geschwister. Das ist meine Schwester Lina und ich und meine Schwester Eindhoven. كمان إنه الشيء حلو هلا أختي بعد 10 سنين قدرت إنه تفوت على اليرموك، لأنه كان هو لفترة 10 سنين محاصر، وإنه كان ممنوع إنه حدا يفوت إلا بموافقة أمنية. بالوقت الحالي هلا رجعت الناس تقدر تفوت، وأختي لأول مرة فاتت وبعثت لنا فيديوهات من البيت إنه كيف مدمر وكيف كل شيء إنه راح، ما في أي ذكريات، كل ذكرياتنا محروقة كل شيء. يعني لقت بعض الصور إنه ذكرياتها يعني برغم الغصة الكبيرة والحزن اللي شفته يعني، بس كمان إنه فرحت إنه لقيت شيء بذكرني من بيتي. يعني في ذكريات إلنا حلوة هناك لقيناها.
وين بيتنا؟ بيتكم لقدام.
هاي مدرستي المنصورة.
اي هاي مو هي؟
هاي مدرستي الإعدادي.
هاي مدرستي.
بس وين بيتنا لهلا ما عارف.
احنا كنا ساكنين بشارع المدارس بالمخيم بنهاية شارع صفوريا بهذا البيت. هير ماينه فونانك. هون كان بيتنا بالضبط. تقريبا هاي الشغلات كلياتها راحت بالبيت، دمر البيت، راحت الذكريات اندفنت كلها تحت البيت.
هاي شارع المدارس. لا هاي مو بيتنا. لا مو بيتنا. ايه لا قدام هون سلامنت يمكن كان. يمكن
هذا يمكن هذا
ثواني.
كان احمر، مو كان مدهون احمر؟
وحياة الله ايه هذا بيت، هاي حارتنا.
يلا
شوفوا حارتنا،
يلا ها.
شايفين قديش صالح للسكن. هاي بيتنا،
هاي بدخل البيت.
هذا باب البيت، هاي درج مرت عمي جيهان، هاي بيت مرت عمي جيهان. شوفي امي،
يلا ندخل على البيت هلا من هون.
شوفي
ما بتحبي ترجعي على سوريا؟ ليه؟
Wo soll ich hinzugehen? Ja, dieser Platz ist zerstört und das war's. Ja, was soll ich dort machen? Ich bin hier jetzt, ich baue jetzt ganz anderes Leben. Ich habe die deutsche Sprache gelernt und habe mein Abitur hier gemacht und jetzt werde ich weiter hier studieren. Ich fühle mich hier doch sicher und ja. Aber wo, wenn du kein وين؟
على نفس بيتي من عمرو من أولتي بالضبط. شوي بيزبط.
والجيران؟
جيراننا كثير ما تروحوا بالحرب. مرت عمك جاي بدها ترجع وخالتك نوال وأم رضوان وأبو رضوان بس هذول اللي بدهم يرجعوا الكبرية.
بس ما فيكي. ما فيكي.
لا فيني. نحن لما يعني هلا انتوا هلا جيتوا تتعلموا قدامكم المستقبل بتشتغلوا بتتوظفوا، نحن خلاص انتهت مهمتنا نرجع بلدنا.
I don't think about my future now. I think about my children's future. So yeah, here I think they have a better future, but also they need to know about their past and what comes in the future comes in the future. I don't know now.
Weil wir auch dieser Krieg wirklich erlebt haben, also die Bomben, also die Geräusche von Bomben sind immer noch in unserem Kopf. Also ich möchte das löschen, diese Erinnerung. Gleichzeitig muss ich das behalten und muss immer weiter erzählen für die anderen, weil es ja wichtig.
That it won't come back as I remember it. So, and these memories are fading away with time, you know. So that's somehow is I was changing in my mind.
ما بحب أحكي كتير يعني عن المخيم لأنه قد ما حكيت قليل. قد ما بحاول أتذكر بضل في أشياء ممكن أنساها. بخاف إني أحكي لأنه بخاف أفكر حالي إني نسيت جزء مهم بحياتي بالمخيم.
It's important to be told because it was like a normal life for good people who are trying to make their livings and their kids living, and then they were taken by the surprise out of their normal life, you know.
Man erzählt nicht wirklich über uns. Ja, die Leute wissen Syrien, es gibt dort einen Krieg, es gibt viele Leute aus Syrien. Ist ja das auch sehr wichtig, dass die Leute hier wissen. Aber wir auch, also als Palästinenser, als Flüchtlinge.
I think so because it's our identity. So if you don't remember your identity, what are you?
Yeah. Even though it has like the both negative side and positive sides.
Yes.
Regarding what happens to us, but yeah, that's what makes us.
Yeah.
Si fatta una vesta spullata, nu cappiella quei nastri e quei rose, stiva in mezzo a 3 o 4 chantose e parlava francese e a così fui la terriera che t'aggio incontrata, fui la terriera a Tolete, gnora sì, t'aggio voluto plena.
In the night it will be overcast with some clouds. During the day, the weather continues and it remains overcast. Clouds will cover the sun all day. Temperatures are expected with a daily high up to 8 degrees Celsius. During the night on Thursday, a light breeze, 1 to 7 kilometers per hour. During the day, a light breeze, 7 to 12 kilometers per hour. Isolated gusts of up to 15 kilometers per hour will occur. The wind will be from southwest at night, from the west in the morning, and from the north in the afternoon. The weather forecast for Thursday is quite stable.
For a reading of the present as a bodily urgency, not of abstraction.
For a reading of science, alphabets, data, statistics, as an intrication with feelings.
For a reading against domination and neoliberal technologies of control.
For a reading of time, that is not a commodity.
For a reading of maps, hands, omens as embracing the opaque. For a reading of non-chronological temporality. For a reading as poetical confusion. For a reading as intensity and symbolization of sensibility.
For a reading against purified diction.
For a reading of things as palimpsest.
And records of historical, mythological, and magical,
socio-political significations through time. For a reading as complication.
For a reading of bodies as carriers and transfer points.
For a reading of the present, not as prognostic inscriptions,
but as collaborative paperwork.
Si fatta una vesta scullata, nu cappiella quei nastri e quei rose, stiva in mezzo a 3 o 4 chantose e parlava francese e a così fui la terriera che t'aggio incontrata, fui la terriera a Tolete, ignora sì, t'aggio voluto appena.
This story could be about large infrastructure operations, wealth, and extraction. It could be a story about the largest and richest mineral deposits humankind has ever seen. It could be about how a small population gains economic wealth and cultural independence from powerful states. Or this story could be about the blank marks on the map of the last imaginary place, the most northern face of the earth, where mountain belts and frozen tundra are surrounded by vast stretches of ocean encompassing a land covered in ice. These grand stories all portray the endless potential of what Arctic Greenland might experience. This film could portray the same grand stories, whether they were true or not, but it doesn't. So let me start somewhere else.
We still hear and I still see, I wouldn't say even from time to time, but quite often this notion of a race for resources in the Arctic.
This scene is recorded with my newly purchased Fujifilm camera. during a conference in Reykjavik on Arctic matters, a cooperative conference where I acted as a photojournalist to document politicians, scholars and industries networking in their attempts to strike upon agreements of data exchange, shipping routes and excavation of natural resources.
We have previously signed memorandums of understandings with others, but I really see this one is really taking it to the next level, especially because we really have the mutual interest of investments.
In order to make sure that we strengthen their work, in order to make sure that there will be even more investors coming to the Arctic.
On the cover, I aimed to document the promotion and the preparation in the development of the new Arctic.
In Greenland, it is quite clear that mining will be a great source of wealth in the future.
Every talk painted a picture of rapid change and potential for the Arctic region, the need to hit the gas on business deals, and stressing the need for political vigor.
The EU new policy mentioned a lot about raw materials. It's also a big issue in Greenland as well, but throughout the regions you have mining projects that are relevant for the green transformation.
And the need to prevent escalation of geopolitical conflicts in the so-called low-tension zone, a zone where the superpowers and Arctic states have succeeded to maintain peace.
Why should conflict break out in the Arctic?
Because change is inevitable for the Arctic landscape, a landscape that holds a promise to contain inexhaustible mineral and metal deposits concealed by a shrinking ice cap. So, it is expected that the largest economies joins the race for resources.
Greenland is not only open to business, we mean business.
A race that is promised to generate wealth for local communities and encourage sustainable mining operations globally in support of the green transformation. Or so the story goes.
This is why we are here, for investments. There's a huge need for investments in the region.
Risks and investments lead to both crises and opportunities.
Because we are connected and the world is connected and we are competing against the world.
There we invite, of course, Greenlandic partners, companies to join hands.
It's all part of the game. Everyone here seemed thrilled to be taking part in the race for resources in the Arctic Greenland.
The parliamentarians of the Arctic region has been calling for more foreign investments in the region, and so have we. Very briefly, what we do.
A propaganda and a race I came to believe in too. Shortly after, I got in touch with the CEO of a mining company in Greenland.
Minerals have allowed the mankind to prosper. So why do we choose Greenland? Well, the reason why we choose Greenland is that Greenland, of all of these countries, has the best geology. It has the most varied in geology. The minerals are on surface, etc., etc.
A geologist.
Inde i de her små år her, der sidder nogle af de ting, som man skal bruge til smartphones og vindmøller og Teslaer.
A mining engineer.
And that is going to take a lot of economical resources.
Later, the head of the resource department at the government of Greenland.
Grønland er et frontierland.
And at last but not least, Greenland's School of Minerals and Petroleum.
De vil give dig et tilbud, som du næsten ikke kan sige nej til.
Yeah. In conversation with fortune seekers, dreamers and altruists on mineral exploration and extraction, it became clearer to me that the promises were entangled in comprehensive attempts to attract the ever so desired investors and international mining companies.
The perspective of the future is quite bright,
I see it that there are going to be regular jobs there from now on and way out in the future.
We are here to create what we call a Greenlandic legacy. We want people to be educated. We want people to be proud of working for us.
So everybody hope and work for that the mining industry will continue to grow here in Greenland.
Så jeg oplever en stor interesse og meget positiv interesse for minedrift generelt.
Yet, the facade of the resource race started to show its first cracks, and the underlying paradoxes and tensions of these procedures began to show.
A lot of local Greenlanders think that mining companies are just greedy bastards. They want to produce, they want to take our money, they will destroy us, right?
I'm not going in your backyard and telling your house to be bulldozed or something like that.
Politicians at the time were all in really good favor of opening up for mining and oil and gas. And it was very popular at that time. And then there was a change in the politics. And everything, you know, I guess, Facebook and all this stuff and bad news and climate change and save the world and all that stuff started, I think it's really affected the popularity that we once had.
For mit vedkommende er det måske mere snak og ønsker, end der er konkrete, hvad skal man sige, tiltag eller aktiviteter.
But I know that in certain areas we have, you know, world-class deposit of a specific mineral. So, cross our fingers for that.
On the basis of the mining school's offer to join forces to promote the local mining sector,
Explain how the world actually are running within mining, you know.
I went to Greenland to witness and document the race for resources, and in an exchange provide them with footage for PR purposes.
If you got one mice, you will attract other mice, right? So if we will have 5 operating mines in 24, it will attract even more mining projects, more investors, because then we are starting to really be a mining nation.
It's one of the few marks on the map that have white spots, you know, not investigated yet. One of the very few areas that's left, you know, it's kind of the frontier of mining. And as the demand grows, I think we will get more and more exploration projects in Greenland because the need is so high. I've been the school since...
As soon as I arrived in Greenland, the director of the mining school, a Dane like myself, took me to the testing site where a bunch of students were being prepared for employment in the mining industry. The mining school was a one-way ticket to the stomping grounds of those who wished to join the race for resources, a school with a purpose to prepare Greenland for international extraction rushes with a local workforce.
It's a personal satisfaction for me each time we got, you know, the skilled guy that we can send to the industry and know that he will not just make it, he will make it great out there.
And their trucks are mimicking operations in a choreography set around a potential mining site.
And we have high hopes that, you know, the projects that are on their way within the mining industry, that, you know, when they are to start up, that you will have a natural phase from people going from the airport projects to the mining projects.
Yeah, I really cross all my fingers that it's gonna work out, all planned.
In their eyes, I was a cynical closet geologist who followed their trails on the ground.
This is the footage that I've been looking for.
And from the air.
Det er jo spændende, hvad der så betyder for Parnagten, når I begynder at tjene ordentligt løn. Måske selvbyggerhus, ny snescooter til junior og bil til konen.
Det er mit storyboard. Mm-hmm. Så det er det, jeg tænker, filmen skal indeholde.
Various promises on future prospects and beliefs on mining activity spawn contradicting tensions.
There seems to be like a belief that this will happen soon, but yet there's, like we just talked about, there's only one that's in production, or two, but
it's two small mines in production.
Yeah.
A few more in the pipeline, but it's.
Well, there's a lot of geopolitics in all this.
And it's not because of the Arctic, but because of geopolitical issues.
But this matters in the world of geopolitics and escalating trade conflicts between China and the US.
And, well, we are not allowed to cheer for climate change, but we know for a fact that the ice is melting and the window for the ice-free period is getting bigger and bigger. That means that, you can get more and more of your minerals out of Greenland.
To my surprise, the race for resources was nowhere to be found.
They got all the permits they need. They just need to have the right investors in that project. But they will build the mine in full action in 24. So it's kind of a sharp corner. If that happens, then we'll have 5 operating mines in Greenland.
And that will mean a lot for the national economy.
Also for the local people.
The promises of the mineral adventures seemed to be stuck somewhere in between market prices, regional politics, and international relations, rather than the mining industry itself. Or so they believe. Because if you are in a hole, just keep digging.
No one understands that in a phone like this one, it costs you $1,000, you have $2 of gold in it. No one thinks of how you're going to get that gold and how you're going to use that for technology. No one understands. And actually then you have these industries like I'm in, where we've been for 7 years doing the right thing.
So I think we are quite lucky working with contracting and mining, because it is areas that is going at full steam.
In a pile of snow, I witnessed hundreds of kilometers of core drills, the closest I got to the potentials of the race. Because without exploration, there will be no extraction.
Nogle gange, at man hører, at der er nogen, der siger, jamen, hvis det er så meget værd, hvorfor tager vi så ikke bare ud og graver det op selv? Det kunne man også godt, hvis man vidste, hvor det var. Men det kræver så store risikovillige omkostninger at finde det. Så det er det færreste samfund, der er villige til at tage de regn. Det kræver nogle risikovillige investeringer.
Clearly, different perceptions of the promises and the pace divide understandings and split agreements in a spin of propaganda and speculation throughout the mining industry.
When they say that the resource race is coming soon, and or it's already happening, and if we just have 5 operating mines in 2024, then we'll become a mining nation, and if you also start the oil.
You can't believe blindly on the word of the company.
This also just reveals or tells something about the paradoxes of there's no communication, there's no conversation about the paradoxes and the problems and the promises that are given.
What happens to the country itself is the task of the politicians.
Those processes take time. And by default, the companies, they are always push, because we've got the money now, we want to go.
Det er ikke bare sådan noget, man klarer overnight.
Unstable political environments tend to erect obstacles on the way to the race for resources, as the experts like to phrase it.
No one is willing to commit capital unless it is fairly certain that the policy is not going to change. Change in policy is absolute terror for investments.
We have to be very careful here because we have to operate under whatever government we have. You know, the change of minister and the change of policies and all that. You know, officially, I don't have any political opinion.
And that is actually a key point for, you know, make things successful.
However, in the excitement of the race and the promise of fortune, the locals' goodwill and acknowledgements to those extractive procedures will need to be taken into account too.
So we have international non-governmental organizations who are communicating information that may not be accurate or may not be relevant to the community. We have the mining sector giving other information that is partly directed at shareholders and investors to try and get the money in order to keep this prospect going. Whereas the people in the community are sometimes kind of overlooked, they're kind of overshadowed by these very large and very highly financed international actors.
Yeah, then they have to make sure that in the future that we do have, you know, a good supply line, and hopefully from democratic countries. I think that will solve a lot of problems.
Though many locals seem to be impatient after promises of mineral rushes throughout a century.
Jeg vil gerne bare tjene penge.
So will the promises of the businesses ever be upheld?
It's different here, and if you come here and expect to gain respect or gain knowledge, you have to listen to the local people.
Og I er velkommen til at lave business med os og så videre, så videre.
It is very expensive to do exploration here, and you know, no roads and no nothing.
History has shown that mining companies and investors are not the only ones taking risks when it comes to extraction processes.
You see behind me, it's the ice cap.
The common knowledge of mining in Greenland are, you know, very, very low. Even among politicians, they don't know much about mining. So it will benefit everybody.
It's because the mineral industry has never been a big priority.
But there's a lot of tension that also is embedded in, like, a lot of people do not want to go out on the record if there's any political engagement to it.
One of the purposes of this school to make Greenland ready, but at the same time, if the government starts to become unclear or unsure of the future of the mining industry, then we as a school have no place.
It seemed that all these explorations, talks and ground tests all add up to nothing, but a perpetual loop of preparation and propaganda, a constant dream.
You know, 4 years is not that long. And if there's a government for 4 years and then there's a new government after that, it's going to be difficult to make sure that we will have long-term investments, I think.
Stiva miezza 3 o 4 sciandose e parlava francese e a così fui la terriera che t'aggia incontrata, fui la terriera tuleta, gnora sì,
from respective international governments. The US has already established a cooperative consultancy in Nuuk that is pumping capital into the mining sector in Greenland and nurturing the political relation with the aim to establish new supply lines for resources. Meanwhile, China, a near-Arctic state and permanent observer, is positioning itself as a vital player in Greenland's emerging industries through scientific collaborations, shipping routes, and to this day holding monopoly on rare earth elements. Greenland's strategic position within the NATO alliance borders Russian territory. With the military escalation, it stresses the need to establish other resource providers and require alternative energy sources.
All right, well, hello everyone. Thank you so much for joining. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my project and who I am, and then we can get started with my. I'm going to be holding an interview, so hopefully you'll stick around and have a listen. So yes, thank you so much for joining. My name is Alex Schwei. I'm somewhat in between a social designer and a design researcher, let's say. So this is a very special occasion. So first I'd like to maybe ask you a few questions. Who here has a passport? Yeah? And who here has access to healthcare? And who here had pretty much no trouble getting access to these things? So today we're going to be talking about statelessness. And this means there's about a population of 10 to 15 million people across the world who do not have nationality or citizenship. And this means that they struggle to access a whole bunch of other human rights, such as the ones I just mentioned, along with maybe employment and education and lots more. So it's really a big human rights issue. And they're spread across the whole world and even in your own home country. So Non-Nation, this is Non-Nation in front of me here, is a 3D virtual meeting space. And it's designed as a parliament for political debate, but also political representation for those who do not have any. It's a blank canvas, and our aim here is to create a bit of an archive of stories and of information to grow together and become the first non-state member of the UN in order to provide a seat for all of those who do not have one. And we're going to be building on it today, right here and right now, through an interview that I'm going to be having with someone who's preferred to stay anonymous. So, so maybe we can get started. Can we move the screen a bit so we can see our our interviewee today. This is a 3D space, so you get a little bit of a glimpse of it there. But we'll be speaking to World Citizen is our guest today. Hello, thank you so much for joining. How are you?
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Very good, thank you. So, could you maybe introduce yourself to us?
Hi everyone, I'm a stateless person in the UK where the UK Home Office has now considered I'm a stateless person in the UK. However, they continue to refuse to run me stateless.
So, can you tell us, how did you become stateless?
This is going back a few years ago. I was a layperson who was not an expert in UK immigration rules and policy. I was misled by the UK immigration solicitor, and that caused me to land in the stateless situation. And it's also due to a different policy.
Sorry, we're having a slight issue with audio. Could you maybe speak a bit louder and closer to your mic, if that's possible?
Okay.
Perfect.
Going back years ago, I was a layperson who was not an expert in UK immigration rules and policy. I was misled by the UK immigration solicitor, who gave me a wrong advice. Where there's a difference between the rules and policy, and that landed me in a stateless situation.
So, can you tell us a little bit about why does this happen, especially in the UK?
I'm not sure. I mean, whether it's because of political or something. But what I can say is, even though the UK first published a stateless guidance in 2013, there are extremely low successful stateless applicants being granted stateless leave in the UK. According to the Freedom of Information, the statistics reviewed by the UK Home Office, the total number of granted stateless leave as of 30th of September 2021 from administrative review is only 28 people out of 1,000.
Right, so that's a very big number. How does the UK deal with statelessness?
It's not as it's not similar to like refugee where you can have some support. For a stateless person in the UK, you don't have any support financially nor for accommodation. They're literally just unseen, transparent in the society.
And there's also a difference between types of statelessness. So can you maybe tell us a bit about how your particular case of statelessness differs from the more known, maybe Palestinian statelessness?
Yeah, there is a small group of the statelessness in the UK where you actually have a British national, because there's 6 different types of British national in the UK, and it's only British citizens have the full rights to stay in the UK, while the others don't. So my particular group is that even though we have a passport issued by the UK, but we do not have any leave to remain in the UK, and I cannot go back to my country of origin because my country of origin has already confirmed that I'm no longer citizen there.
And maybe it's good to clarify for a moment, how many types of British types of nationality or citizenship are there?
There's 6 different types. For example, one now which is quite fairly known to most people now is the Hong Kong people, which is called British National Overseas. They too hold passport issued by the UK. And again, they don't have rights to remain in the UK. However, due to the chaotic political situation in Hong Kong, the UK government actually created a special scheme for the BNO to settle down in the UK.
All right, thank you very much. Can you tell us a little bit about how being stateless has impacted your life in the UK?
At times it can be very depressing because everyone around me, their life is moving, while my life actually stagnant. I cannot find a job, I cannot get into a relationship, I cannot work. So it's kind of at the mercy from the UK government. And thankfully, I have a group of friends financially participating during my hardest time.
And what can people do to help and support people in this situation?
For general public, I would say, can help by lobbying their MP. Hopefully they can help to change the policy. And looking at that, the new UK Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, he himself is also a migrant, where his parents came from India, and he himself also has held a green card in the US. So he should know better how a migrant's life is, including Sula Bergman, who is now the Home Secretary. Hopefully, they actually be more compassionate and honor the policy and guidance considered as statelessness. Like I said at the beginning, they have considered now I'm a stateless person in the UK. However, they still refuse to have it.
And what would your hopes be for the future?
I hope that they will grant me stateless leave in the UK, and then leading to definitely so that I can contribute my life.
I'm sorry, I think we are experiencing the audio problems again. Can you speak closer to your mic? Sorry.
Yeah. I hope that the UK will actually honor their policy, and if someone they have considered as a stateless person, they grant them stateless leave to remain, so that they can move on to their own life and contribute to the UK society.
And you shared with me a while ago a document, a research from the UN themselves about mapping statelessness in the UK. So this is something that maybe we can talk about very briefly. This is a document that we have as well, and we're going to be adding to the space in a few moments. So in this space, we're creating an archive of different information on statelessness, hoping to collect a variety of sources and experiences to inform anyone who's interested, who can join on non-nation.com. So is there a lot of awareness about this issue, do you think?
Not really, because through my own experience over the years, not many solicitors, I would say immigration solicitors in the UK are aware or know about statelessness in the UK.
Okay, so that's something that we're going to be working on. Can we maybe then just, before we round off, can we move over to the library? We'll be back in a few moments. So we're going to move over to the library to add this document. It might take some time. It's a bit slow. Yeah, so if we move over to, yeah, another little bit. Exactly. So here you can catch a glimpse of a little bit of the archive that we are creating, but more sources will be added, such as the interviews that we've been holding the past days of Dutch Design Week. So if we can move over a little bit more, and exactly, just pasting in this document about statelessness in the UK, which is something that a lot of people don't really know about. It's a little slow, but there it is. Thank you very much. And that's a new source then added to our library. Thank you very much. Can we move back to our interviewee to conclude this interview? Excellent. So, yeah, you get us a little bit of a glimpse of what the space looks like and how you can navigate through it. But thank you very much for the interview. Is there anything last that you would like to add?
Thank you very much for the opportunity for having this platform for us stateless person voice of the issue and problem. And thanks again for the time.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the audience who's joined today online and live. It's been a great pleasure being able to show a little bit of the work we've been doing and share that with you. I'm going to be around here if you have questions about the project, about statelessness. I have a little bit of information that I can hand out as well. And thank you very much. It's been a real pleasure.
veil of emerald or arsenic green, falling half over her forehead. To complete the likeness, she had a small child in her arms. The wife of the owner of a chemical factory in Mulhouse, Alsace, who showed me a dress of this kind because of its beautiful colour, and whom I asked to get rid of it immediately, was not persuaded to do so, even though it always had the above-mentioned adverse effect on her.
Health-threatening microplastics have been found in the human bloodstream for the first time. These particles are circulating in our bodies.
Ball gowns dyed green with arsenic became fashionable. It was the most beautiful green imaginable, but the ladies paid for the vanity of shining at the ball. The green of the period. Green, green, green.
Microplastics can move around the body and settle in organs.
The first thing that caught my eye was the brilliant green paper with which the room was hung. Soon after my recovery, I took a new house, in which my bedroom and dressing room were already hung with brilliant apple green paper. For the library, my choice again fell on green flock paper, and there my arsenical story properly begins. There appears to be a kind of glamour which hovers over the medical vision, as regards to this special danger, said Mr. Herbert. Still, I believe with you, Sir Robert, that the day will come when they will be only too anxious to ignore the fact that they ever disregarded it. But tailoring and fashion have a greater influence in this respect than health theory. The selection of wearing apparel is therefore becoming a serious question of personal safety. The medical police have, of course, forbidden the sale of these substances in some places, and they have occasionally been confiscated in the shops. Nevertheless, they are to be found everywhere in the fashion shops. The power of fashion, however, is ruthless, and does not know the care for health.
Scientists found microplastics in the blood of almost 80%.
The amount of arsenic imported into this country during the year 1875 was 2,327,742 pounds. Each pound contains a fatal dose for about 2,800 adults. Each pound contains a fatal dose for about 2,800 adults.
Adidas produces 600 million shoes a year with plastic soles.
The use of arsenic has become common in ladies' dresses, in veils, in sewing silks, in threads, and artificial flowers, in gentlemen's underclothing, in socks, gloves, in hat linings, in the lining of boots, in shoes and paper collars, and coloured enamel clothes, and doubtless many other articles.
Shoe soles wear down, and the micro-shavings end up from the street via the stormwater systems in the ocean. Arctic snow, shellfish, table salt drinking water, Antarctic ice. In the study, PET plastic, which is widely used in beverage bottles, was found in half of the blood samples. Polystyrene used in packaging food and other products in 1/3, and polyethylene used in plastic bags in 1/4.
The Schweinfurt green maintains its power and always resumes its victorious battle with the competition. Its brilliance, the intensity of which is as yet unrivaled by any other green.
Body and poison became one. Health-threatening microplastics, human blood, can move around the body and settle in organs. Settle in organs. Settle in organs. $600 million shoes a year with plastic soles circulating in our bodies.
睇唔睇到嗰啲字啊？
睇到。
好啦，我哋讀一次啊。
哎呀，咩字？
快啲 ，OK， 開始。
Garbage.
Rubbish.
Shock.
Enough. Free. Man.
I am in the Prince Street Garden, but you are not here. Sitting on the rosewood seat remind me of the one in my grandparents' house. Grandpa said they will survive for a good, long time. To build a seat in memory of the loss of love, a family member, a friend, a city we called home. To make private memories visible in the public, welcoming everyone in the city to take a seat there, to have their quick bites, or for the dogs to mark their territory. Private memories built around the city, multiplied, altered, interpreted. A personal story becomes the story of many. Perhaps it is always about visibility and utterance, about marking of territory.
To your sons and daughters, bending at the altar, disappearing in the mirror, watching as it burns out. It is just a freckle-faced young virgin.
For over 100 years, Hong Kong has imported and exported by sea. Day and night, the five-star ferry comes and goes between Kowloon and Hong Kong, providing cross-harbor transportation for communities tied to the tradition of trade by water. The geography of the Hong Kong colony consists basically of three areas: Hong Kong Island, the Kowloon Peninsula, and the New Territories. The communist border lies only 22 miles to the north. There, a lonely communist soldier stands guard all day. Beyond the green hills lies China.
細個嗰時，得兩個原因會過海，一係去中央圖書館溫書，一係去 British Council 學英文。16歲嗰年嘅冬天，爹哋媽咪特別忙，佢哋忙住想像我嘅未來。5個月之後，佢哋送咗我去美國。喺飛機起飛之前，佢哋已經幫我諗好6年之後我會返嚟做咩。而根據嗰份工，佢哋諗我喺邊度讀書，報咩科，讀咩學校，揀邊個做 roommate。佢哋話浸完鹹水返嚟，我應該會唔同咗。不過我冇理佢哋。
我願終生歡欣好，看那山
从小我就很喜欢讲话，但是自从5岁那一年，我吃了一罐过期的凤梨罐头之后呢，我就没有再讲过话。妈的！因为这样子，所以我朋友很少，想找份工作做呢，也就变成很难。所以我最后决定，我要自己做老板。
30歲嗰年嘅夏天，好似特別熱咁。我望住個維多利亞港喺度諗，點解冇人喺度游水嘅？你話俾我知嗰陣時嗰啲英國人嚟到，佢哋第一條起嘅街就係皇后大道，但係嗰啲沙石佢哋冇地方抌，所以就倒晒落個維多利亞港度。咁即係其實成個國際金融中心都係起喺沙石同埋垃圾上面。佢哋越填越出，地方好似越嚟越大，維多利亞港就越嚟越窄。我望住前面嗰啲黑色衫嘅人，突然之間我覺得啲陽光好刺眼，我啲眼淚不斷咁流出嚟。唔知係咪因為天氣太潮濕呢？由嗰日開始，我啲眼淚就冇停過。shit！ 呢個係1898年嘅時候，啱啱戒嗰陣時㗎，即係。
但係呢個 reproduction 嚟嘅，即係重新再畫過。
哦 ，OK。呢個係啱啱簽咗嗰陣時再畫過，即係。唔知啊，我都要問下。你住喺呢度，你住喺呢度。
西環堅尼地城基本當就係。我住喺呢度咯，即係橙色嗰一忽。
係。我住喺呢度，即係已經填到唔適應喎，填咗出嚟個青衣。
西環我婆同我講係
喺呢度
冇人去。
呢度，咦？係咪呢度？呢度先。沙田。
唔係啊，沙田喺呢度咯，過咗。
我睇錯咗添，沙田喺度。
但係佢哋填咗海啊！
係啊，呢一忽啊，夾埋咗係咪？
呢度應該，因為呢一度嗰條
係啊，夾埋咗呢度。係即係我屋企填出嚟，即係我琴日咪話趕晒啲新界佬走就係。
但係好唔同嘅，以前唔係。
不知道從什麼時候開始，在每一個東西上面都有一個日子。秋刀魚會過期，肉醬也會過期，連保鮮紙都會過期。我開始懷疑，在這個世界上還有什麼東西是不會過期的。阿叔啊，考試你已經係啱啦。
Unity and territorial integrity, taking account of the history of Hong Kong and its realities. Taking account.我想喊，好 heavy 啊真係。
其實呢個真係好在 appointed， 已經 nominated by。
佢哋話咧，19年定20年咁18年，第一次修改基本法，咩嗰啲釋法。佢哋話中國話 中英聯合聲明已經完成咗佢嘅任務啦。100年係每一舊嘅時候，係啦，就話已經完㗎啦！呢份嘢真係歷史文獻，真係呢一個係歷史文獻。跟住英國就係佢話世有，即係以後嘅啫。呢一啲係
因為佢冇講。
中國就話有啊，
佢冇講 forever。但係你 resume， 因為佢係講話，
我想喊
雙重條啊嘛。其實佢要點樣處字都冇人理。
同埋咧，原來有期限嘅嘢咧，都係一個新。
你有冇成日去啊？嚇，狗狗，有冇成日？
哎呀，你好得意啊，豬豬。你好，好似開心啫。係啊。開心豬豬喎，哎呀，好得意。
啷唔得咯。
好開心啊。
We only found out his kidney was failing on the day I arrived. We took him to Victoria Park before he became too weak to stand on his own feet. Sometimes he gets more strength. With his bright eyes, he turned his head to follow our voices. Sometimes he could barely open his eyes. We know he's listening to us, and we are listening to his short and quick breath. 我哋專登講多啲佢鍾意嘅嘢俾佢聽。啷啷好叻喎，邊隻狗狗咁叻㗎？我喺度諗，當佢死咗嘅時候，呢啲説話會去咗邊呢？嗰日食完飯，我哋兩個 X 唔住喊到癲咗。媽媽話佢想返屋企喎。喺度諗，當我哋揀咗要自由，我哋揀咗重新開始。係啊，我哋好似多咗自由感。但係跟住呢？跟住點啊？原來去到生死嗰個 moment， 我可能唔係我自己想象中咁清高，咁嚮往自由。每朝起身我對眼都會好痛，但係已經唔記得咗點解，可能係因為天氣太乾燥啩。但係嗰痛嘅感覺時不時都會喺夢入邊再出現。我夢見我自己喺被入邊喊住咁講：我以後都唔會再離開香港。Summer this year is like winter. You would probably say it's climate change. There is a star engraved on this bench. It reminds me of the one engraved on the bench of the ferry.
They got all the permits they need. They just need to have the right investors in that project.
If we just have 5 operating mines in 2024, then we will become a mining nation. And if you also start the oil,
you can't believe blindly on the word of the company.
No one is willing to commit capital unless it is fairly certain that the policy is not going to change. Change in policy is absolute terror for investments.
Si fatta una vesta scullata, nu cappiella quei nastri e quei rose, stiva in mezzo a 3 o 4 chantose e parlava francese e a così fui la terriera che t'aggio incontrata, fui la terriera a Tolete, ignora sì, t'aggio voluto appena.
When I close my eyes, I'm there again. This weird, crazy, but amazing street where everything goes
man erzählt nicht wirklich über uns. Ja, die Leute wissen Syrien, es gibt dort einen Krieg, es gibt viele Leute aus Syrien. Ist ja das auch sehr wichtig, dass die Leute hier wissen. Aber wir auch, also als Palästinenser, als Flüchtlinge.
كان شيء يعني كان بيت بالنسبة لي اليرموك. كنت أعرف كثير عالم.
Small Palestine. You can call it small Palestine, yeah.
هلا هن بيحكوا مخيم اليرموك، بس لما تفوت على المخيم هو عبارة عن مدينة.
لو كان بإمكاني إني آخذ ذكريات طفولتي.
ما أخذت أي شيء لما طلعنا من المخيم لأنه كان في قصف من الطيران واضطرينا نطلع من البيت إنه مثل ما إحنا بتيابنا.
That it won't come back as I remember it, so and these memories are fading away with time, you know.
تقريبا هاي الشغلات كلياتها راحت بالبيت، تدمر البيت، راحت الذكريات اندفنت كلها تحت البيت.
It's our identity. So if you don't remember your identity, what are you?
Oui.
Oh. Je peux t'embrasser?
Oui. Tu veux me rouler une pelle?
Oui. Je vais trouver une grosse pelle. Je t'aime.
Et tout. Putain, c'est malade ce truc. Voilà, on a fait genre la fille dans l'écran puissance 1000 quoi. C'est malade en vrai. Très sympa. Mais tu sais, c'est. Bah, en fait, c'est genre. C'est très cool, mais c'est weird parce que du coup, t'es dans l'ordi et puis après, t'es là, t'es en mode, bah non, en fait, Emma est pas là, genre.
Exactement, c'est exactement ce que j'ai dit à Léa ce matin. Genre, le fait de pas avoir une présence physique fait que c'est vraiment bizarre.
Ouais, c'est. Ouais, c'est un peu weird, genre.
Remember, I won't do this. I guess I might be able to help out. But if you do that, then it's cheating. If I can't check on the records, you're gonna mess with me. Chuột ấy khi nay đủ sợ. Qua những sai lệch của tôi phải đã biết thì có cái có sao để lại là good.
Walking alone at night. Honestly, it's something that I've been doing for years, and it'd be like, midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and I would just leave and I would just walk about until I was like, okay, I'm done.
It's not like behind me if we're going in the same direction. It just freaks me out, so I cross the road.
You blend in with your surroundings and become invisible. Nobody sees you anymore. It's like an invisibility cloak almost. Femininity is almost like dangerous, and I hate that.
It's like I'm opinionated while I walk, you know what I mean? It's like I seem to have indeed a purpose, but there's a pace to it, there's a rhythm.
Si fatta una vesta scullata, nu cappiella quei nastri e quei rose, stiva in mezzo a 3 o 4 sciantose e parlava francese e a così fui la terriera che t'aggio incontrata, fui la terriera a Tolete, ignora sì, t'aggio voluto. The
Listen, I can't help you. I have a date with Miss Green and need to prepare the cleanup bag. Do you know anyone?
Dad! Did you do this?
Shella, blowing up my precious oil pipes, are we?
Have you lost your manners along with your drilling rights, Shelley?
dus grappig, want Jola mailt mij dat ze allemaal over hun uren heen zitten. En dan gaan ze allemaal dit soort dingen dus niet goed regelen.
Ja.
Dus daar zit mijn irritatie
Ja,
een
dat
beetje.
snap ik.
Dan denk ik van ja, zo werkt het natuurlijk niet.
Nee.
Dus,
Nee, want Jola had mij ook geappt of ze boek mocht hebben. Dus zo, en die betaald krijgen. Ja. Dus ik ja, maar dan moet ik het met Nikita erover hebben dat de andere